Because like 10 people confused the two yesterday, so I just want to confirm. Six? Okay. That thing is like either about to get an update or just got an update. Not sure if that combat update's out yet. Once that combat update is out proper, I need to try that thing. Because I do want to play that. Looks interesting. It is interesting. That's for sure. Discord is being really slow this morning. Yeah, it is interesting. It's, some people talk about how it's, or claim that it's super Dwarf Fortress inspired, but like, since you just watched the interview, like the dev has never played Dwarf Fortress, so I'm very confused as to why that comes by all the time. Anyway, enough responding to YouTube comments. We're diving back into the Crimson Pulley world, the Fortress of Angelrazor, specifically. This is a good biome on the edge of a mountain that's also on a good biome. So it's a good biome times 2. And the one really, maybe not unique thing, but interesting thing about this fortress is that there's gnomes that show up. The actual long-term goal for this fortress is to completely obliterate what's the word I'm looking for here? All of the angels on the surface, and there's quite a few of them, and also go after a particular necromancer tower. So, love the stream. Well, chat, to anybody who's still here and not tuning out to go to work, let's get a round of beers and dive into Angelrazor. Sorry about the slow start today. Although, like, we actually managed to get into Dwarves around the same time that I normally do today. But anyway, there's 92 Dwarves in Angelrazor currently. The named Dwarves are as follows. We have Zakos Anander, Sykon, Akre, Jack Nurik, Spiky-Haired Freak, another Jack Nurik who showed up after we named Jack Nurik, Dragon Man B, Krabicus, Frog for Hire, Merc, Disco, and Hambloco, Bastet, Spitalier, Suey, Dandy Barfunkel, and Infinity Simplex. And we do still have other people available. If anybody would like a dwarf, now's a good time to yell at me, because I can absolutely get you in here and named, if you would like. Otherwise, I'm just going to check in with a few. Maybe not a few, but a handful. Nobody feels anything after seeing a goblin's dead body. So for reference, if I jump up to the surface, that was a lot of dead goblins. It's now like a pile of clothing, but it was a lot of dead goblins because we fought with a bunch of goblins. There's also 2 Forgotten Beasts in my basement. Don't mind them. We have Forgotten Beast A, which is a huge hairy mite named Jend. It has a round shell and it appears to be emaciated. Its plum hair is short and even, beware its noxious secretions. And it is currently sitting in... where are you exactly? In this tree in the middle of the map, probably? I know it's around here somewhere. It's in one of these trees. Anyway, that's just a Crundle and a cave crocodile. So anyway, there's this thing, this huge hairy mite. Is it over in... Oh, I see. There it is. It's over here in the left side of the screen. It's right there. That's it. So we have this huge hairy mite that is, I think, stuck in that tree. So that's pretty great. We also have this thing, Samatsu, who's further down, who's also in a tree. Who is a gigantic scaly bristle worm with a spiral shell and a bloated body, and its cream scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its deadly blood. So we've got deadly blood bristle worm over top of water who appears to be stuck. Same with this thing. So 2 stuck Forgotten Beasts. Off to a good start. Do you know what kind of dwarf you'd like, Brewhogger? Because we've got most of the administrators and dwarves down here that are flashing are military. We've got scholars. We've got a few humans and some goblins in the fort. We got a bunch of babies and children, or a baby and some children. We got some mechanics. We got some gardeners. We got some fish cleaners, unfortunately. We got a couple metal workers, a bunch of engravers, some animal dissectors. Any particular job you would like to have, or just indifference? Baby? You want to be annoying? Babies are the opposite of annoying. If you think babies are annoying, you have never played Dwarf Fort. Ushrir. Is that how you spell that? U-S-H-R-I-R. Can you be a mechanic? No! Of course you can. Says Brewhogger. Within the last season, he was delighted after watching a performance, and he is 6 months old, born on the 21st of Malachite in the year 190. His long sideburns are neatly combed, his long mustache is neatly combed, his very long beard is braided, and his hair is clean shaven. His nose is quite long, and he has a high voice. His nose, not long nose, means he's a liar. His heliotrope eyes are sunken, and he has a prominent chin. His eyelashes are quite long, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. He's almost never sick and very strong and flimsy and quite clumsy. Likes Anderite, fine pewter, purple spinel, coral, giant rat parchment in the color aqua, backpacks and scepters and mules for their stubbornness, and beet plants for their edible roots. And the words of the Torch of Glimmers and the sound of the heliotrope phrase when possible prefers to consume giant lynx and persimmon wine and can't stand bats. And Gate Nerd, hello, how's the use? Personally, is somewhat disgusted by romance and dislikes cooperation and doesn't care about family one way or another and doesn't really value skills related to fighting and dreams of creating a great work of art. Has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution for his past wrongs without developing a sense of obligation. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things as could be considered rude, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and could be considered rude. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and has a habit of stretching his body during pauses in conversation. Snaps his fingers repeatedly when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And really needs a drink. Really wants a drink. Are you thirsty? Nope, not thirsty. We have plenty of booze, so... Mom, give your kid a beer, jeez. Jer Henning, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference? If no, I'll just give you something random. It's literally every dwarf is fond of drinking industry. No preference? All right, well, that means I hold down the up arrow and close my eyes for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're a stonecrafter. I had to move you up one more because you landed on disco. Cybrick. Sometimes I'll name people and then they'll be like, but not this, 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 or this. Or it's just like, I have no preferences, but and then I'll give them a dwarf and they'll be like, I don't want to be a girl dwarf though. And it's like, but what? Do you have preferences or no? So I have to ask regardless. Anyway, there is nothing so important that it is worth telling a lie. She felt satisfied after receiving water. Did I misspell the name? No, I didn't. I'm sorry, what? My dude? No, I didn't. She is 64 years old, born on the 15th of Hematite in the year 126. She is very short and fat, and her extremely tall, broad ears are fused-lobed. I swear I'm not calling you short nor fat. I'm sure you are exactly the way you are in real life, but no offense was intended. Close-set heliotrope eyes have large irises, and she has a prominent chin. She has a high voice, and her medium-length hair is neatly combed. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She likes native platinum bilin, violet sespertine, and green glass, crossbows and helms and toy hammers and warthog men for their short tempers. And when possible, prefers to consume giant buzzard and longland beer and can't stand mussels. She personally values the independence and the development of his skill, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Hold up. Giving you all of the healthcare jobs. Is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and she rarely feels discouraged. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she has little interest in joking around. She often feels lustful and can handle stress, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is curious and eager to learn, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. Next person we need to name is Pilot. Well, generally, Brewhogger, if you don't understand like how the game shortens things, don't correct things. You know, like you're very quick to correct, which is not always appreciated, right? Pilot, are you okay with being a mechanic who's also a legendary axe dwarf? Or do you want the other one? It's like you're very quick to correct, and that's not exactly fun for me, so please stop that. Because, like, you're very quick to correct, but also you're very quick to correct when you don't know the thing that you're correcting. So if you don't know the thing that you're correcting, don't correct. Because you might be incorrect. What's this for? This is Angelrazor. Angelrazor is in the world of the Crimson Pulley. So the same world as Hotbeards, the same world as Umber Bulwark, the same world as a whole bunch of other forts I've done recently. But Pilot Guy. She is delighted after watching a performance, and within the last season she felt fondness after speaking with an acquaintance. I saw a dwarf recite the lovely silts at the Golden Axe. Also, we named our tavern the Golden Axe because it has a golden axe in it. So you feel some delight due to hearing a story being told at the Golden Axe, unrelated to the hit video game on the Sega Genesis or Mega Drive, depending on your region, Golden Axe. It is simply a golden axe in the Golden Axe. So I did say that about a minute before you got here, I guess, Gate Nerd, but I'll repeat myself. It is a Angelrazor. We're trying to hunt angels that are on the surface, and there's quite a few of them. There's quite a few angels on the surface in this world. We did also steal something from one of my own forts by accident, so hopefully I didn't cause a civil war. I accidentally stole an artifact from one of my own forts. Because I thought it was somewhere else, but, yeah. I did play, Golden Axe is one of the first video games I remember playing on a console, though. But, it's not that old. Really. Being old enough to remember when Golden Axe came out in arcades. She is 64 years old, born on the 18th of Malachite in the year 126. She has a prominent chin, and her somewhat narrow sunken heliotrope eyes have large irises. Her hair is wavy, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her eyes are slightly close set. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She likes mica, brass, wax, opal, bayberry, wood, mongoose leather, and alpaca wool. And earrings and guinea fowls for their social nature, and the sound of the adorable lark and the sight of the velvety queen, and when possible prefers to consume nurse shark and rye beer, and can't stand bats. What's wrong with bats? Personally, finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and is put off by family. And she dreams of creating a great work of art. She shares intimate details of her life without sparing thought for the repercussions or property. And she has a greedy streak, and she tends to make a small mess of her own possessions. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and does not often feel lustful. Likes to brawl, though she is disturbed by this since she values quiet. So at least in the abstract. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she tends to avoid crowds. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Just like real life, Pilot. You're a legendary axe dwarf, and you're in the piggy squad. Apparently I need to make crossbows. As for our military, we have 4 squads. The last one we're like just filling up. That fight out here, we fought about 90 goblins. We won, as you can see, based on the fact that they are a smear on the floor and we are not. But it was still a very difficult fight in general. The fortress itself is, well, actually, before I do that, the fortress itself is right here. Two of our previous forts are actually quite close by. We've got Hotbeards, who's right there, and we've got Mothfall, which is right there. We also have the now destroyed Theater Vaults and also Union Theater over here in this haunted forest. We are on this good biome mountain, and our goal is to kill this Necromancer Tower and remove angels from the surface. The fortress itself is this thing currently, which is suspended above the ground and slowly building upwards, although I'm kind of tempted to just like pause that build and build the defensive structure that I wanted to build. So I think we're going to do that next. We're just going to kind of pause that build that we're working on and build a defensive thing. I'm kind of thinking what I'm going to do is, because this whole world is quite shallow, right? Kind of what I'm thinking that we're going to do is I'm just going to dig, because we have this magma forge set up already, right? Kind of thinking about just digging down to around here and just making like a lava pouring thing. I do have iron, do I not? Ours. I do. So because I have iron, I could like make a very simple pump structure. And I do mean very simple. Using the water. Well, I want to pump water that far. I want to pump things that far. That's the question. This is where we've been mining out flux to turn it into steel. But fish dissector? That's a job I don't believe I've ever actually used. I'll have dwarves show up as fish dissectors, and then I won't actually do anything with them. I've seen mog hoppers. I had a shit ton of them showing up dead in my fort once. That's why I've seen mog hoppers. Hey Vess, thanks for the 2nd year. You know what's funny? You were the 2nd 24-month sub today. And we also had a 23-month sub. So we've had a 23-month and 2 24 months now. It's a long goddamn time. Thanks for the 2 years. Welcome back. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for our friend keeping that sub alive? Time does fly. It really does. But You know, that's why we gave time wings. Naturally. So that time could fly. We wouldn't have given time wings if we didn't want it to fly. Fortunately, you know, it's making pretty good use of those wings. It's very high up. So I'm trying to decide what I want to do for a defensive setup here. I mean, I've got this down here, which is just going to be my mayor's office, I think. No, not going to be my mayor's. Oh, no, that's going to be my justice screen, right? Yeah, okay. So this is going to be our captain of the guard's office when I place it, which is what we're currently working on. Because I'm going to need, what, like an armor stand, a weapon rack, a bed, a chair, a throne, and a set of tables. All right, so let's just do 2 chairs and all of the tables that we have. And I don't have a statue. Do I have anything else I could put in here? I guess I need a container. It's actually kind of weird because the last time I played Dwarf Fortress, I played the I played that Jawa Fortress mod. It's actually kind of weird not playing that now. Another Forgotten Beast arrives. Oh, that's brilliant. The Forgotten Beast, Osioma, has come. A huge stegosaurid with lidless eyes. It has 4 stubby horns, and it has a gaunt appearance. Its midnight blue scales are blocky and overlapping. Beware, its hunger for warm blood. That is a weak one. Maybe not weak, but it does have direct access to the fort, so I'm going to send my army down here. I guess we get to fight a Forgotten Beast who has hunger for warm blood right now. Who's ready to fight a Forgotten Beast with hunger for warm blood? That dwarf brought a book. Here it comes. The Moist Bloat is the name of it translated. You know, chat, if you have a moist bloat, please go see a doctor. Anyway, let's follow this moist bloat 1 turn at a time towards my dwarves as it runs directly at us. Going more than 1 turn at a time. Who's the first dwarf to witness? Infinity Simplex is the first dwarf to witness the moist bloat in all its glory, wielding her silver warhammer and named steel shield. Silver warhammer, of course, with a total of 2 notable kills and 7 other kills. Sandwich bloat? Sandwich bloat is very good bloat. I want a bloated sandwich. They are now fighting. The Forgotten Beast appears to be just getting their shit kicked in. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with her silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. Well, that's good. A bone fracture right off the bat. Axelord hacks at the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her copper battle axe, tearing the scale. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot with her silver warhammer and fracturing the bone. The force pulls the left rear leg, and the Hammerlord bites the Forgotten Beast in the left rear leg, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The Axe Lord hacks the Forgotten Beast in the head with her copper battle axe, tearing the muscle. The force bends the neck, and the Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The last final hit that we have listed here is the Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with Thorn Nestable, bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull and bending the neck. I don't think the thing's going to live much longer, so let's just move a few turns forward. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right rear leg with her silver warhammer, fracturing the bone. The Axe Dwarf strikes the Forgotten Beast in the rear lower body with the pommel of her steel battle axe, bruising the fat. A few more seconds of hit, and they seem to be all over it. I don't even think this thing has gotten a hit in yet. Yeah, no. And now it's just an absolute slaughter. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and bruising the guts. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and chipping the right false ribs. The Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the right front foot with her thing and chipping the bone. And the force pulls the right front leg. The Hammerlord strikes at the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel shield, fracturing the muscle or bruising the muscle. And the last hit that we have listed here is the Axe Dwarf hacks at the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel battle axe, tearing the muscle. It's still alive somehow, but I think it is now dead because of the way that they are moving. Yep, the final hit appears to have been the Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the head with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. You want a sandwich? Do you want a moist bloated sandwich? Because I want a moist bloated sandwich. Now the question is, are they going to butcher that? Let's make a butcher shop right there. Perfect. Let's also throw a door in here so I could just, like, seal this off a little bit easier for future reference. All right, so now we're going to butcher the Forgotten Beast. Excellent. Let's see how much meat we get out of that. So we're at 144 meat right now, right? Of course, this was a Stegosaurid. Let's see what all we get out of that. It's a long butcher time. It's taking them days to butcher it. Maybe like a day and a half. 443. Not a bad amount of Forgotten Beast meat. We're going to be feasting for a little bit, I think. I would say. Also, now butchering the left front foot specifically. And all of the dwarves are coming over here to haul all of that meats upstairs. And the bloat's caustic gas. Oh, from down here? I mean, there are some bloats, aren't there? Yeah, or you mean the cave blobs, not the bloats? These things? Yeah, I'm kind of just like accepting that as a thing that's going to happen, but I'm waiting for all of these dwarves to bring all of this stuff upstairs, and then I'm just going to lock the door, basically. But I need these dwarves to all get upstairs first. Oh, that was a brogue joke? Okay. I thought that you were talking about cave blobs, which are kind of similar to bloats, are they not? Kind of-ish, similar-ish, similar enough-ish. Since the thing's a bloat and bloats, yeah, and bloats have that effect on things. All right, so there's a ton of stuff in there. Let's just close that. Totem. 1. Let's make... Oh, I really wish that I could set the specific skull to be used in the totem. Because... I want them to make a totem using that thing's skull, but... I'm just going to, you know, slate that for removal, which they're already on. Perfect. Trunk cartilage, front foot, horns, its tooth. There's its skull. Let's make a crafts dwarf shop right here. And I'm going to make a bone craft and try and make it out of that skull. But anyway, my plan for this fortress, I think, is we're going to do some shenanigans down by the lava layer down at the bottom, and we're going to make a really long tunnel that walks them all the way down to the lava because it's not that deep. And then from there, do I not make a bone totem from the screen? Maybe it's a... I swear that they were made at crafts dwarf shops. Oh, there it is. Make totem. Let's see. Will they make a totem out of that specific skull? Ooh, looks like it. Who's making the totem? Looks like Frog might be. Only spawn in summer too because fish dissector really needs to be useless. I mean, don't they dissect more than just moghoppers? All right, so we've made a masterpiece Forgotten Beast skull totem. Which now I need to remember where totems are in this construction screens. They're not statues. Instrument, machine component, straps, levers. Slab, table, statue, farm plot, kennels, something I never use. Container, cabinet, floor bars, vertical bars. Clear prop. You're off to work. Drive safe. While I try and figure out how to place a totem. I might actually have to put, like, a display furniture. I'll just put it on a pedestal. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to just do some shenanigans down by the furnaces down in the basement. Because I do just kind of have a direct line where they could easily dig their way out. And I'm just kind of like looking at this area right here and going, yeah, that would be pretty easy to pump stuff out of. So what I can do is this area right here, right? I'm trying to think like what would be the least inconvenient way to do this. Because if I'm going to be pumping lava, I don't want to pump it too far. I pumped it way too far in the last one, and I don't want to do that again. I certainly don't want to be draining. I want to, if I'm going to do this, I want to do this with like minimal amount of, not effort, effort's the wrong word, minimal amount of construction required. Why is there water there? Oh, it's because that's right beneath that. So what I'm thinking we do is I make them walk through this cavern layer, right? And then well, maybe not this one. I do need to figure, like, if I'm gonna make a long walkway that I can fill up with lava, which is what I want to do, I need to put it somewhere where I'm not going to be interacting with it. Because if it's somewhere where I'm going to be interacting with it, there is a possibility I could, like, you know, fuck something up and drop a boulder through it, which I don't want to do, because that would then suddenly there'd be lava everywhere, and that would be, you know, great for everybody's long-term health, right? So I kind of want to avoid putting it somewhere where I could possibly dump stuff there where it's not supposed to be. So there's that. That's kind of my first concern. Totems ain't buildings? For some reason, I thought that you could place totems like statues, but whatever. The Great Goblin? Okay, I need to know what the Great Goblin is. I imagine that this is just the Great Pumpkin, but a goblin. Consists of a 19-page essay entitled The Great Goblin by Ispu Menace Beguiles. It concerns the occupants of the Goblin Ispu Menace Beguiles as a member of the humorous Dread in the mid-autumn of 65, and it is stunningly self-indulgent, not really. And the prose is not awful, but not very good either. All right. But yeah, if anybody has ideas as to how I could do this, I'm open to, not necessarily suggestions, but I am open to ideas. So what I think we're going to do here is I'm going to go down 2 levels of ramps. And then I'm going to dig a tunnel here. And this is going to be the upper trap entrance, right? Which is going to dig all the way up to a little set of downstairs, right? This maybe, I guess, could go up to about here. And because the dwarves aren't going to be using it too much, we can just do like a stairwell like this. And I don't even know if this is a good spot for it. It's probably going to, yeah, have to go around shit. So, yeah, can't do it right there. So I need to like move this somewhere where it's not going to collide with anything. So I guess what I'm going to do, so I'm going to just zoom up and down a couple of times until I find a spot that doesn't collide with anything, which is going to be a challenge. And then go back up and down. I don't think I've unpaused the game, my dude. Dwarf Fortress doesn't work like that. You know that, right? I could go over that far side. Yeah, you and most of chat. Dragon Man. A man can also be disappointed by unrealistic expectations. But don't hope too hard. Is there anywhere here that I could just sneak through? That's what I need. Also, I know that you have a prized baby in this fort, but you do know that I'm not staring at what every baby's doing at all times, right?
5 more months and it's 3 years.
It's a goddamn long time, dude. It's a goddamn long time. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for so fucking long, though. Cheers, dude. Alright, let's go down to here. Although I need upstairs, not downstairs. Gonna have to move that room slightly, but that's fine. So far, so good. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to go around that. Which is fine, we can handle that. Hopefully I don't collide with things that I don't want to collide with. All right, well, so far so good. So far, so good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually connect this at a point and then just build a basically flooring over top of that. But we get to wait until the dwarves decide to go dig. Yeah, because right here, this is, I guess, going to be our way into this construction from right there. But fortunately, this will be real easy to just fill in afterwards. So I don't need to worry about it after very long. Just the initial construction phase. So while they begin to work on that, I'm going to pop back down to here, go over to here, and figure out who's going to be our captain of the guard. They want it to be... You know what, Zakos, you can be the captain of the guard. That's fine. I don't really care how strong captain of the guard is, so if captain of the guard goes around and accidentally clubs people to death, I mean, that'll be unfortunate, but also kind of hilarious, so it's fine. Zakos gets the gerb. And literally just requires an office, so... Oh. Let's see if you like your job, Zakos. Yep. Does indeed like their office, which is good. But, Crow, what have you been up to, dude? Over these past 3 years. Maybe not the whole time, but... I don't know. Well, I don't know if you're low maintenance, dude. Your entire office is made out of gold, so bloody hell, you better be happy with it. Frankly, like if you're not happy with your office, I'm gonna be upset because that is about as nice as it can get. Also, you're gonna go beat a criminal, so I guess we're gonna go find out if you're too strong for this job. So the criminal that you're gonna go beat is Jerhanning, Cybrick, who apparently offended the production order. Same with Cole, the scholar, who also apparently offended a production order. Anyway, I'm going to go put some chains into the tavern now, so that people can, you know, go to prison, but also still get booze. And also their chains are going to be made of gold, so they're going to be very nice chains. So if people get chained up for, you know, being in prison, they just get to hang out in the tavern and get fed more booze. It'll be fine, right? It'll be fine, right? Yeah, this will be fine. There's definitely no way that this could end poorly. Definitely none. I'm also going to give them chairs right next to the, you know, things once we have enough. But currently we don't have enough, so we have to wait. Is your name supposed to be like C-esque? Sea Escape? Or is it like just a random selections of letters that just got selected? Anyway, go beat somebody up. Ooh, that looked painful. He's fine though. Let's see how you like your new job. Feel zealous after punishing somebody. Well, you like your job, Zakos. You feel zealous, which is actually a very so that means I'll never be able to say it properly. So is the C's pronounced like an S? So it's like Sesk? Kind of thing? And bonk, there goes the other one. Okay, well, you didn't kill anyone, so that's good.
Exclamation mark, I've got a big TRPG play yesterday. Woohoo.
Dang, man. Also, it's a good thing you didn't beat Johanning too much, because Johanning just gave birth to a boy. Imagine, I got beat by a criminal for being a criminal, and now I have a baby. So that's how we've started today. B-Lug, I hope that you're doing well, and thank you very much for the $5 from Twitch RPG money. It's where you fill out surveys and they send you free bits occasionally. Your dwarf is maybe too into their job. Your dwarf is into their job enough where I'd actually be concerned for your dwarf. Like, you know the guy who's just like, he executes people for a living, but is just like, you know, way too into the job. I don't even know if I have to make all of these in. It might just be all of the ones in the room are used by Justice, but whatever. This is my second fort attempting this style of prison, where I just put it all in the tavern. We'll see how it goes. I'll put it that way. We'll see how it goes. Have they dug this up yet? No, they haven't. Let's just prioritize this one up. Because I want to build a bridge over top of this, like stat. Like stat. Like right the hell away. But regardless, welcome to the stream, Sask. And if you have any questions about the fort or dwarf fort, just yell at me. I can probably help. Aside from that, I'm like weirdly loopy today. I don't know why. I was like super like on point. I think I slept too long because I slept like 9.5 hours last night. So I'm just like... So a streamer affiliate program that I work with very, very loosely just sent me a thing saying that it's their birthday and they want to send t-shirts, and I'm looking at it going, number one, that's an ugly t-shirt. Number two, I don't think I'd ever wear that t-shirt. Number three, I don't think I've ever actually done anything with you guys aside from the fact that my voice is in one of your video games. Do I want that t-shirt? It is free. How badly do I need another gardening shirt is the question. You've been new to this game. You finally learned how to play it. It only took a week, 2 years of brain retirement, and another 2 days of relearning. And it actually wanted to ask, how do you explore other chunks of the world, like from the area that you've started in? The area that you start in is the chunk that you get, right? If you're playing in Fortress mode. If you want to explore other places in the world, you have to play in Adventure mode, or settle in other fortresses. So probably what you're asking about is Adventure mode, because Adventure mode is basically lets you play Dwarf Fortress as an open world RPG. Free t-shirt, Pog? Yeah, I guess. I guess. Game's saving anyway, so I'm filling out my address to get this free t-shirt. Although I am in Canada, not the United States. Autofill. All right, although the kind of funny thing is, I don't think that there's anything here that proves that. I think I could just share this URL and get other people this free t-shirt. Not gonna do that, but there's like no security on it. That's kind of amazing, actually. Like I didn't have to confirm that it was me or anything. But anyway, game's finished saving and I've applied for a free t-shirt. I guess I'm getting a new gardening shirt. You don't get free anything, you'd be willing to spend money on it yourself? I tend to agree, but I do need more gardening shirts. Like shirts that I'm just willing to sacrifice. There's a lot of roguelikes that are better for the, what's the word? Adventure experience than Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress's adventure mode is not like the most compelling open world roguelike. That being said, like responding to somebody's question of how do you explore other parts of the world with Cut is better isn't exactly answering that person's question, right? Is Cut a better video game than Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode? Yes. Is that how you explore other chunks of the world in Dwarf Fortress? No. So, I do agree, though. Cut is a better open world survival roguelike, though. So is CDDA, so is many games. But yes, there is more to learn for Dwarf Fortress. There is a way to play Dwarf Fortress where you just take control over a single character. We're digging underneath the river, so I don't need to worry about that damp stone. Just dig straight through it. Although they're gonna immediately hit another row, where I'm gonna have to dig through that, and then unpause again, and then dig through it again, and then pause again, and then dig through it again, and then unpause it. But yeah, no apologies needed. It's all good. I should have gone down one layer further. Not bad. I think that's the last one. Yeah, it should be. Although there might pause one more time. Nope. Okay, we good. But yeah, no, adventure mode is a weird beast, I think, as Tarn puts it. And it does improve and is improving. But I tend to avoid playing adventure mode a lot of the time just because it's really difficult to explain to chat why it's interesting, I'll say. It's like possibly the king of, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's possibly the best opportunity for role-playing in a survival roguelike. Thanks for the $1, FG. Enjoy your lurks. So, somehow I managed to activate Cortana. Windows, please don't. All right. How's this stair going? Working its way up. Oh, shit. Kimberlite. We've got Bitsmith? Neat. That's fun. But can you send out your troops as teams? So let me be clear. You can explore this with another game mode, but can you send your troops as teams? What do you mean by send them as teams? Like, can you send out your troops as a squad? Yes, you can, but you don't follow them. So I can, like, say, go to this screen and tell a squad to, let's find something with no civilized population. I don't want to actually attack anything. Unless they're already at war with me. There. So you see these are this is a dark goblin pit, so I could send my squad like this and send them out to go fight with it, but I don't actually go there. Right? I mean, if I could accidentally start a world war in this if I were to invade my own squads, but so like you can do that, but you don't follow them or anything. There is no way to follow them. That is a planned feature, but it's not one that I actually want. I know some people are just like, oh, I want to go fight the battles myself. Nah. I want to stay at home and be like a fat king and like let my soldiers go off and do my bidding for me without me having to do it. Why is there so many artifacts there? Okay, you know what? Let's send some dwarves out there just to go see what's up. Yeah, I'll send them out and show it to you. I mean, it's... Dwarf Fortress is kind of held together with staples and duct tape in a lot of ways, and that is one of those features that's there, but very unfinished, and also just held together with staples and duct tape, right? So they're going to go out and go do their thing. But you could, like, make a squad of dwarves in adventure mode and have a party. Basically, so I'm assuming you know a little bit about other games, right? Dwarf Fortress is kind of like playing any city builder, right? It's kind of, you're playing a city builder. Adventure mode is kind of like you're playing Kenshi. You and B like with the RPG biddies, FG. So if you're playing a city builder in Fortress mode, that's one option of playing the game. The other way to play the game is with adventure mode, and it's like playing Kenshi. Oh, do totems have their own section? Yes, they do! Look at that! Forgotten Beast Skull totem. Cool, so we can put the Forgotten Beast Skull on that. Which means they get to stare at a skull all the time now. Alright, so this up here is now locked off, which means I need to connect it to another lever. We'll just throw it up there, that'll do. Oh. An elven caravan has arrived. If I want to trade with the elves. Hey, look, a gnome! Hi, gnome. This is, like, still one of the coolest things ever to me because I've never actually seen gnomes before this fort. This is still my first time ever seeing gnomes. They're just little gray G's, and I've got an eyelash in my eye. Well, I mean, they started working on Dwarf Fortress as a fun side project in 2003. So, 2003 was approximately when they started on Dwarf Fortress. It released in 2006, just as a fun thing for their community to play while they worked on their real game, and the community liked the Dwarf Fortress side project so much that they just stuck with it. Remember, a 3-month side project for Dwarf Fort. Of course, the spin-off to the main game, which is Slaves to Armok, God of Blood. The while experience get better. I hope that Kenshi 2 executes well enough that I want to play Kenshi 2, because the problem with Kenshi is I look at Kenshi and I just get angry because Kenshi is so ugly. Maybe I'm a bad person, but like... God, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Also, nice city, FG, by the way. You kind of love how bad Kenshi looks? See, I like certain bad aesthetics. Or aesthetics that certain people think are bad. I really like the look of ASCII visuals. I really hate that kind of clunky, badly animated, shitty 3D. Like, I think that game would be so much better served to have any other visual art style. Like, even, like, fucking cell shade it a little bit. Like, just do something to make it not look like the aborted child of Morrowind and the Gothic games. Like, it's just distressing. Nope. The stream did not output a Discord message sound because I've had Discord muted since, like, 2015. So it definitely didn't. You might be hearing the, like, soundscape that I've got running in the background. I could swap it out for a different one. I've still got, like, an eyelash in my eye. What the fuck? Oh, I acknowledge that it's a dumb thing to complain about. Sui has become a goblin glazer. I'm not sure how Sui managed to get skill in glazing when I don't have a single glazing job around, but Sui is a glazer. Also a goblin. By the way, I made Sui a goblin, FG. She wanted a dwarf, and she said that she wanted to be really annoying and in charge of everything, so I made her a goblin. Because I set a bunch of prisoners free, and one of them happened to be a goblin. So, she got a goblin. So I got a few more people who are on their way out. All right, did they finish that? Yes, they did. So this will be baddie killer, I guess. We're going to connect you to a bridge right there. I mean, even just Kenshi with better UX design is something that I'd be willing to play. So I'll play Kenshi too. I mean, I've played Kenshi. Part of the reason I don't play Kenshi is because I bought it on Desura, which some of you might remember was a competitor to Steam at one point. Anyway, Desura, for lack of a better term, no longer exists. And I kind of lost my copy of the game as part of, like, email transfers and various other things. Anyway, I no longer have access to the copy of that game that I paid for. So I just kind of don't want to rebuy it because I didn't enjoy the very early version of that game enough to be willing to rebuy it. By that, I mean I didn't enjoy it at all. So that's kind of the main reason I've never gone back to Kenshi. It's really my own fault. But I'll play Kenshi 2 when that comes out. Another one? Okay. The Forgotten Beast, Gedor, Renorect, has come. A huge blob composed of vomit. It has a square shell, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poisonous vapors. Vomit blob. Well, I guess we send the military that I have left down into this area. Wait. Which is where I'm farming. Kenshi's been out for a long time. You need to remember, I bought Kenshi in, like, 2014, 2015. I don't know, like, the early teens. It was like, I bought Kenshi almost 10 years ago, so. When it was super early access. And when I say super duper early access, I mean super duper early access. Oh, is it, like, stuck? I don't think it can get to us from there. Well. I think they can reach that. Yeah, they should be able to reach that. Yes, they can. So now it's just a matter of waiting for the dwarves to come over here and dig that out. As someone whose favorite game is Country, are so hyped DF has the best creatures. Wait, what? You're hyped for Dwarf Fortress because your favorite game is Kenshi? I'm confused. So you always played on your old graphics cards so everything looked as horrible as Kenshi looks now? I mean, yeah, that is a benefit. Hype for committing Kenshi 2, also commenting on Vomit Blob. Ah, okay. Too many things in one sentence. Or in 2 sentences, I guess. Poisonous vomit vapor? Who doesn't want to consume the poisonous vomit vapor? Come on. I'm a little concerned about this vapor, though. I don't know what that means, so I will simply smile and nod. And our squad has returned from that trip. Looks like we snuck in undetected and stole a bunch of books, including Common Sense Fortress and The Uncanny Human, and Trenches in Theory, and, you know, The Tressed Larks, as well as Unknown Asterix, Mirror Finds, and A Record of the Pits, and Goblin in Theory, and Journey to the Trenches, and more trenches was stolen. Thanks for the $1.01. IR stupid. And Psycon was taken by a Fey Mood. Man, everything's happening right now. Of course. Psycon claims the crafts workshop that's in the middle of the cavern that's about to have a Forgotten Beast fight in it, because that's, you know, where I accidentally, or not accidentally, that's where I left the workshop after we made a totem out of a Forgotten Beast's skull. Okay, where's this Vomit Blob at? There's this Vomit Blob. All right, let's just send the military over to fight with Vomit Blob. Which means they should be able to reach that. Yes. Okay. Where did Vomit Blob go? Shit. I don't see Vomit. Oh, Vomit Blob in water. Vomit Blob, can you get out of the water, please? My dwarves will drown if they fight with you in the water. Vomit Blob. So we need you to get out of the water. Can you do us a favor and not be in the water? You know, actually, we can't go over there. I lied. Okay, well, we got another thing to dig through. Great. No, we can go halfway. Vomit Blob, quit running. Why you gotta run away, Vomit Blob? Vomit Blob's gonna come full circle, and we're gonna have to go back to Vomit Blob eventually. Well, just... Vomit Blob is leaving. Vomit Blob doesn't want to fight, I guess. Fighting is not in Vomit's Blob's blobbiness. Just come back over here. There's all these delicious dwarves for you to vomit on. No? This fucking guy. God dang it. Just gonna let the dwarves go get a drink while I follow this blob of vomit. This is suboptimal, the direction that this blob of vomit is going. IR Stupid, how's your day been so far? What's up, dude? How's things, mate? Slowly wait for blob of vomit to leave the map. All right, well, I'll just wait until combat pops up. If it starts to fight with one of my dwarves, we'll deal with it. Till then, it seems to be a peaceful blob of vomit that just does blob of vomit things in the corner while we do dwarfy things over here. So I'm sure that'll be fine, right? Anyway, yeah, no, I'm also interested in Kenshi 2, and we'll probably check it out, but... I played enough of Kenshi 1 to know that I didn't like Kenshi 1 and then just didn't have put in the effort to get the key for it after the fact. It's just more effort than it was worth. I'm sure I could if I asked them, but I just don't care at the end of the day. So I just never bothered to get it on Steam. Chad, have you ever bought something digitally that either ceases to be available or stops being available in the place that you bought it, so you lose access to it, and you were just always too lazy to go regain access to it? Because it's happened to me a couple of times. There's a couple of Kickstarted games that like turned out really bad that I just never bothered getting the key for, which is maybe a little silly, but maybe not something that you should do. But you know, here I am. Problem is, how am I gonna drain this lava? You know, actually, I don't think this will be the easiest way to do this. Skrillex albums and hold on a second. You bought Skrillex albums digitally and then never bothered to claim them? Sorry, what? Not $70 fun, which is how much that original Kickstarter required you to pay. All right, so let's dig out into here. And make a place to store lava, as you do. It's gonna be my cute little lava reservoir for all things hot and spicy. You should look up how much it originally cost after the Kickstarter. Or rather, how much that game launched on Steam for. It was like the most expensive game on Steam for a while. It was like hundreds of dollars. It initially launched at like 300 something bucks. And their whole statement was, we want you to actually like test it. So you're paying for the privilege to beta test our game. It was ridiculous. And this was before Steam had regional pricing. So it was like, yeah, you get to pay hundreds of dollars American for that. Yeah, no, I never ended up buying that game because I didn't want to give them money. Because of their strange as fuck practices. That was one of the shadiest Kickstarters I think I've ever seen. No exaggeration. You forgot your password to iTunes? You know, to be totally fair, iTunes makes it ridiculously difficult to recover your password. Like, you'd think that you could just be like, yo, you have my credit card information, so thus you have my name. And they're like, no, this is protected, blah, 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 blah. Basically, we're too lazy to pay people to have customer service. That's decent. Imagine paying for music on iTunes in the current year. I wonder how many people still buy music on iTunes every day. I'm sure there's got to be some people. All right, you. But yeah, I had to explain to somebody on Twitter this morning that full price games are no longer $7 or $60 because I commented on a thing basically, or on Twitter yesterday, saying, why do people complain about games being $30? Because I was very annoyed with chat yesterday because everybody was complaining that Songs of Conquest is $30, and I got really annoyed with that. It's part of the reason I ended so early last night. And this person commented, and they're like, well, it's understandable for an indie game, for people to complain that an indie game is $30 because they're used to full price games being twice that. It's at 60. I'm like, you do realize that they're 80 in Canada, right? So a game being $30 in Canada is like less than half of a full price release. You still buy music on iTunes? What's wrong with you? Stop buying music on iTunes. That's all I have to say. No, iTunes sells you very expensive, heavily DRM'd files in their own proprietary format. Last year you got a sub to... Last year I subscribed to Spotify, and then everything got better. Best sales pitch I've heard in a minute. Although, screw Spotify for different reasons, but... it's certainly a better value proposition than iTunes. That's a long distance, dude. 700 miles? But now you're pretty and I like you. Bet you have Spotify. All right, we go up here. That's going to be our full circle drowning pit. So that's what we're going to use to drown. I'm going to need to make drains still. But as a start, it'll work. Yeah, you can't get anything out of iTunes, so. We have hair downstream. I mean, you have the power to make my hair go up or down. Using channel points. Because every channel needs a gimmick. Apparently mine is my hair now. Is Snake the best phone game? I can tell you what's not the best phone game. Street Fighter 2. I want to say it was my second phone. Had a port of Street Fighter 2 as part of it. And it was one of the worst ports for a video game I think I've ever had the displeasure of having to play. And Psycon has begun a mysterious construction, which I totally forgot about. There's still a Forgotten Beast blob running around in this layer, so good luck on that. You got 2 pieces of Beak Dog leather, gold bars, Beak Dog leather, Sangro rib bars, pig iron bars, Gabbro, and Gabbro, and wood logs. So best of luck there, Dwarf. Let's go down. Okay, well, I need to find the lava. I need to know where the lava is. All right, so. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll go up to there. So I need to make iron screw, 10, iron pipe, 10, iron mechanisms, 10, charcoal, 10. Do I have... I do have some wood furnaces. Okay, so we are good. Perfect. This is going to take them a while to dig out. I read that as migrants when your hair is up, and I was very confused. I was like, what the heck is a migrant? Like, how do you get a migrant when your hair is up? Because I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, and that's where my brain goes, but... From the middle of nowhere to a big city? Why the move, if I can ask? I mean, if you want to earn channel points, is just pop out Twitch chat and minimize it and forget about it. That's what you do. Sycon the Engraver has created Cod Bakust, a Gabbro mug, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Infinity Simplex. How are you related to Infinity? You're not. Okay. I don't know how that's your family ancestor, but it's worth 62,400 Zethal, aka Dwarf Bucks, and it is called Blotted Dirges. This is a Gabbro mug. All Craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. It is studded with pig iron, decorated with Sangaro rib wood and beak dog leather, and encircled with bands of round Gabbro cabochons and Sangaro rib wood, gold and beak dog leather. This object menaces with spikes of beak dog leather. On the item is an image of Octocot cut gem in Gabbro. On the item is an image of Bosa, worried, maligned, the goblin, and Infinity Simplex, the dwarf, in Gabbro. Infinity Simplex is striking down the goblin. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin, Bosa, by the dwarf Infinity, but with a silver warhammer in the russet fingers in the early spring of 189 during Utu Ukas, the onslaught of cremations. And hello, Tassiron? Tassiorn? Hello, how are you? Chat, say hello to our new friend in the chat room. The Fortress bloodlines are probably all connected by now. Well, no, because this isn't Long Death. This fort's only about 3 years old, so that's got nothing to do with it. But this dwarf doesn't have any relations, so that or they're not telling us, which is possible. Both are definitely possible. Imagine just like walking into a chat room and then just having like a keg worth of beer shoved in your face. Game cool? Generally. Although it's going to get pretty hot soon because we're going to be dumping lava into this room. Which also means that I need to make things out of Gabbro. Floodgate! Sure, we can make those out of iron too. That'll work. I mean, it's just all about rounding off edges. Just round off your edges, man. If you round off your edges, everything looks better. It's kind of miraculous how it works, actually. Okay, so I could just go down to this layer, but then I'm going to be digging over top of... I don't actually know how lava flows work well enough in this game to know if I can just dump the lava into the lava sea. Like, if I dump it into the lava sea, will it fall in and disperse, or will it fill up the magma sea? I don't actually know. Because I've never tried just dumping lava into the magma sea before. The only issue that I'm going to need to sort out is how I'm going to power this thing, but it's probably the smallest issue out of all of it. No, you're counted as a viewer. Uh-oh. I am Omnivore has been found dead. Why? Oh, hey, the Forgotten Beast made it into the fort. Where are you, Forgotten Beastie? Oh, is the Forgotten Beast dead? Mason hacks the Forgotten Beast in the shell with his copper battle axe, fracturing it, and the Potter strikes the body, the Forgotten Beast in the body with his steel pick, chipping it. Yes, Forgotten Beast is dead. The Vomit Beast didn't make it very far. Who's the Potter who killed it? I only have like 3 Potters, so. Anyway, Vomit Beast is dead now, but Omnivore died in the process. There you go. So it looks like Rith got it. Hit it with a pick, and it killed it. Also, this dwarf was in Union Theater, which means they've got lots of like practice killing various zombie wombats and falcons and eagles. Hopefully we have somewhere to put bodies in coffins. Let's just fly up here real quick. Have I started placing coffins in? I think I did. I think. Yes, up in here. Oh, perfect. We got tons. We got tons. Meaning our woodcutters placing their body in a tomb. To Dwarf Heaven, just a very big tavern. Very big tavern with constant dancing and bar brawls, naturally. Honestly, I don't even bother with like all worrying about all of the various ways that Twitch just like makes it harder to get views these days. Because like there's so many. There's just so many. Let's put you in here, and then I will make a control room down here for all of this silliness. So there's going to be a little room that pops out of here. It's gonna go around to here and up to here, and we're gonna make a little square, maybe a little bigger square, and a little smaller thing up top. That's going to be our control room for this. Although this is going to take a while to finish, so we'll give them their time. But yeah, feel free to study how I do corners. But what I'll say is that it's like, it's nowhere near as much of a science as some people seem to think it is. Some people like talk about how I build stuff in Dwarf Fortress like it's this crazy ingenious thing, when kind of just not. It's really not at all. Like if you look at any like pixel art stuff, you'll see significantly more interesting shapes. Top, down, up, down. So it's gonna pop out here. Which means eventually they'll actually go up and in here without me having to do anything. But we'll just let them dig. We'll just let them dig. But yeah, at this point, honestly, it's just there's one truth when it comes to Twitch, and that's it's difficult to get views, and Twitch has done a lot of things in the past few years to make it a lot harder to get views. The only thing that like genuinely helped me when it comes to having people watch streams was hosting, and ever since Twitch killed auto hosting to a point where it doesn't do anything in the slightest, I've just kind of like thrown my hands up in the air and gone, fuck it, whatever, doesn't matter. Just like, if people watch my stream, I get views. If people don't watch my stream, I don't. And I'm not gonna lose sleep over all of the tiny little ways that you guys can help the stream, aside from just reminding people to manually host a stream, because that does actually help. Outside of that, I just roll my eyes and don't worry about it. Because at the end of the day, my YouTube channel right now is getting more views in 10 hours than my Twitch channel gets in a month, so I just need to bring some of those people over and we'll be good. The difficulty is bringing those people over, you know? That's the actual difficult part. Just deleting spam comments because these freaking non-English porn bots are just spamming up my shit right now. All right, I deleted 3 of them. Sweet. Yeah, there's been some, but not enough. not to be like a super bummer or anything, but not enough. But it has been nice. With YouTube, it's like Assuming you want people to talk in your porn. No, it's just I can't. Well, I don't really want people linking to various porn sites on my YouTube videos, so it doesn't matter what language it's in. I will delete it. But these porn bots are nuts. I forgot a cap or something, I guess. I mean, I see the joke. I mean, the joke in and of itself is, oh great, I'm gonna have to dig through warm stone. That's gonna be fun. The joke in and of itself there is just the, oh man, I hate non-English porn, like, stating as if anybody actually pays attention to what people are saying in porn. That is the joke there, so the joke's pretty clear. You didn't really need a cap up it. When it comes to deleting porn bot comments, it doesn't matter what language they're in. I have to delete them. But the ones I've been getting recently have all been in languages in alphabets that I don't even recognize. So, no, I definitely get the joke. I get the joke. It's like that tweet that went viral a couple of years ago that says, I only watch Japanese porn when there's subtitles. And then the first comment was just, you read the subtitles? You're usually a lurker, but you just had to say, I mean, yeah, I know that feeling. Taxi, cheers. Although, my favorite non-English porn tweet I've ever seen was just, here's a close-up of a Japanese pussy, and it was just like 6 pixels. I saw that, and I just, like, spat out my water and started laughing so hard. It's just like a couple, like, beige-ish colored pixels, and then a couple black pixels. Just the hardest laugh I've had in years from a random image on the internet. Jeez. All right, so now we get to deal with this warm stone. Hopefully we're not too close to it. That is kind of annoying, but we'll live. We'll get by. Also, I think I'm actually going to double this up. Because I'm gonna, well, you know what, fuck it, let's actually triple this up. I wasn't planning on doing it this way, and I almost never double/triple up pumps, but I think I'm going to do it for this one. Just because it seems wise to do it this way. Essentially setting it up so that I have significantly more pumping amount, because it's gonna take a while to fill this up. Like, look at how big this is. It's going to take a long time to dig all of that out. Like a long time. Why? Because everything in Japan is censored. Not everything. Just this. Japan does censor the strangest things, but I'm not Japanese, so I guess that's why it would be strange to me. Anyway, I am playing Dwarf Fortress, I swear. Another one? My god. The Forgotten Beast, Shadem, has come. A towering blob composed of mud. Another one? It has a broad shell and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly spittle. This is literally like the exact same Forgotten Beast that we just fought. What? The actual... Fuck. I'm just gonna take that out of context. One anime censored a cockroach. What? Although I think my favorite censoring in any Japanese media is probably Luffy smoking a lollipop Thanks, 4Kids. Not that I've seen more than a single episode of One Piece, but the one that I saw was in English and had that version in it where he's smoking, he's holding a lollipop like a cigarette, and it's a cigarette for some reason with smoke coming out of it with a lollipop in it. It's the strangest piece of censorship I've ever seen. Getting the weirdest fluid blobs? I mean, I guess. I don't know. They're not too uncommon. It also already left, so we'll wait for it to come back. Wait, nope, there it is. I probably got the name of the character wrong, too. Also, hey, CJ. Those things. And Orange, what's up? Why did they center a cockroach? Maybe they just got the first half of the name of the bug and not the second half, and mistook it for something else. We're like, oh, we have to censor that. That's bad. Now, when they start censoring ostriches, that's when we know it's serious. Because, I mean, naturally. You think it was meant to be a joke? Then what, like a visual gag? Oh, come on. There you go. You big blob. So this right here is the blob composed of mud with deadly spittle, which means I don't expect this thing to last more than a minute. So let's see. The Hammerlord. The flying Sheldon's extract misses. Okay. And then gets blocked by a different Hammerlord. And then the Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast with the Silver Warhammer, chipping it, and screams, "The battle rages! I must press on!" And then it falls apart. Well, very scary Forgotten Beast. Is that like Ai Shiroma, but more anime? Gravikas? Remember watching Yuri on Ice on Twitch? I remember stumbling upon a Russian live dubber on Twitch, and it was one of the strangest things I'd ever seen. Because for some reason he just had like 500,000 concurrent viewers for no seemingly logical reason. I've never actually played Among Us, so I don't know how I would know that, but okay. Which is weird, because I know some people who work on that game. Great. This is going to be a pain in the dick to dig through. Because we're digging over top of that. And who knows how much lava's down there. And they keep hitting warm stone, which means that there's just lava everywhere. Great. Well, I'm just going to let them dig out everything on the other side, plus everything down here that isn't warm stone. And then we'll just do our best to dig through it. That's how we're going to do that. But Krabicus, how are you today? Keith Howard of Yu-Gi-Oh! Had a gun on the American show, and in the American show he only had his face. Yeah. There's also, like, the actual, like, really disturbing beginnings to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga that not many people read. You know what's funny is I had a long discussion with somebody in chat yesterday about how much I hate anime, which is true. I do hate anime. And here I am fucking talking about, like, weird, obtuse Yu-Gi-Oh! Shit. Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just, like, king of games, right? And the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga had nothing to do with card games. And one of the games that they had to play involved, like, literally Russian roulette. That was a weird manga to read after watching a few seasons of that show. From a cold? Well, glad to hear that you're improving. Colds suck. I miss that one year where, like, nobody got sick at all because everybody stayed inside. I'm trying to preserve, like, my streak of not getting sick for multiple years, and I'm going to try and keep that going. Everybody that I know got colds and, like, weird off flus recently, and I'm just like, I'm going to just stay inside. Just never leave the fucking house. Because colds suck, and I don't like colds. You got sick a lot when you was younger? I never got sick when I was younger. Like, that's not even an exaggeration. Like, I just never got sick. I was just one of those weird superhuman people that just never got sick. Well, we're going to need to extend this a little bit. Although, actually, instead of making you out of diorite, make 2 smaller bridges. Make them out of gabbro, too. Doesn't matter if they're rough. Did I set that one to raise? I don't know. Let's try that again. You nearly got a cold recently only because you were eating frozen cherries for 2 days in a row? What? What does that have to do with getting a cold? Vile force of darkness has arrived. Well, that's concern. How many of them are there, though? This is either going to be one of those really big vile forces of darkness, or there's going to be like 10 of them. Looks like there's about 10 of them. All right, let's go squish some goblins. Where are you guys from, though? Can I just say it? Shaftfly is like the goblin version of McFly. Superiorly designed image of 2 prickle berries. The symbol is the image of the hate of praise as a goblin civilization, and it is made from elk bird antler. All right, well, let's send the dwarves out and obliterate these fools. Because there's not that many of them. They haven't sent it a big enough force to actually be a threat. Chat, can I get a round of beers for all these dwarves about to go to war who just, like, blinked and made a forgotten beast die? So I'm sure we can just, like, squish these goblins along the pavement, or grass, I guess in this case, and Small Creek. Here comes Bastet up at front, who's charging in. Dodges a silver bolt or arrow. One of the goblins is already dead. The Hammer Lord is who's Bastet, is currently bashing a goblin in the right arm with her named hammer, fracturing it. And she did say, "These injuries, this does not scare me." Not her injuries, the goblin's injuries do not scare you. The rest of the goblins appear to be turning into fine paste, as they should. Meanwhile, a Hammer Lord is bashing a goblin bowman in the left foot with her silver warhammer, fracturing the bone through the leopard leather slow boot. Hold on, they're wearing leopard leather? Okay, leopard print goblins is my favorite, like, piece of artwork that needs to exist that I've never seen anywhere. So these goblins are wearing leopard print boots. Anyway, the rest of the goblins are now roadkill, so we can let the military go back to what they were doing. Yep, they certainly got decimated. And I set them to, store these in a stockpile, so they're going to go do that. And all of the dwarves are going to come and store them in the stockpile, too. I'm actually kind of curious as to where they're putting them. I can't remember where I put the corpse stockpile. Oh, I know where they're putting it, actually. I know exactly where they're putting it. All right, so they're just going to run this way. We'll follow Tubal here. So they run down here and they fill up this little stockpile. And then this little stockpile is then selected as a automatic dump zone. And then we dump all those bits and pieces down through this little hole right here into the lava where it goes sploop. See? So that's what we do with the dead bodies. The ghostly Hammer Lord can be heard howling throughout the fortress. Well, that's not good. Also, Infinity is apparently stressed. I'm sorry, Infinity. We need to work on that. Anyway, I need a craft store shop stat. Apparently, Axon died and didn't get a coffin. Same with Risen. So, let's set those to do them now. Cool. Psychon is going to go engrave some memorials. We definitely put red under those G's. Put some red under those G's. That actually sounds like a go kill 'em comment that someone would say. Let's fly up to about here. Oh, I need more slabs. Let's see if they will buy any gold furniture. Actually, instead of doing that, let's just sell all of the crappy clothing that all of the... Okay, maybe not the axes. Let's get rid of all of the crappy clothing that they've brought and left in the fort. Also, this happens almost every stream around 3 hours in. I need to go take a leak. I will be right back. God damn it. Okay. The Cyclops Iseth Ziller has come. A giant humanoid with a single eye set in its forehead. This map is okay, so number one, Kravicus, never tell me that again. Number two, no shit. Anyway, Cyclops. The game, this fort just doesn't want to like give me a break for like a minute, does it? Anyway, let's go kill that thing. Do you have any stuff on you? There's a giant snail here. Look at this. Hold up. Lure Snarl, the Shaken Season, a maple longsword. Well, that's a terrible thing. What about this one? Oopsies. This is the Water of Eyes, an alder shield. An alder shield. So it's a name. They're two named wooden weapons. This is a maple longsword, decorated with walnut wood and encircled with bands of oak. On the item is orange trees in ash. It has 2 kills. It killed a minotaur? 2 minotaurs and an elf. Or an elf killed 2 minotaurs with it. I did. I mean, good for the elf. That does take some skill. You gotta hit him like directly in the eyes or right in the soft squishy bits to actually affect anything. Are you telling people what a leak is? Because that's not the kind of leak I was referring to, Pink, but you know. All right. Well, I mean, I've sent the squad out to kill it. I'm kind of disappointed it doesn't. Oh, okay, that poor giant snail. It didn't deserve that. I mean, the Cyclops attacked the giant snail, but it jumps away. It attacked the giant snail and stabbed the giant snail in the shell, and then misses it, and then eventually killed it. All right, so the first dwarf into the fight is Moses, and the thing's dead. And Pilot Guy as well. Pilot Guy, in fact, hacked at the Cyclops in the head with her copper battle axe, tearing the muscle. The Force pulls the neck, and Pilot Guy, the mechanic, says, "So easily broken. This does not scare me. Flesh, it's so easily broken." She was afraid after experiencing trauma, but felt pleasure after being near a completely sublime statue. Anyway, that fight's over, and we're trading. Or trying to, anyway. Look at all this stuff that we're getting rid of. I hope that this fort has been entertaining so far, because I haven't really had time to stop and breathe. To miss a giant snail? That's like missing a barn. We're selling all of the clothing that was left on the ground from the last major siege to the humans. So, I mean, I'm sure they'll appreciate their gifts. So you know the cell phone ring that is like a default ring for, I want to say, Samsung phones, or maybe it's iPhones actually. Anyway, it's one of the default rings for devices. I think it might actually be iPhones. It just rang right outside my door. There's somebody in my hallway and their phone rang and it's like da 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 da, and it just threw me off. Anyway, Spiky Haired Freak has been reelected as mayor. I mean, certain lizards get around only not having depth perception by like jerking their head up and down like this. I'm looking at you, bearded dragons and iguanas. Hendrico, your work phone has that ring? Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry. Dwarf Fortress already simulates accurate racism. What, do you want like racial persecution or something? Like, what more fucked up fantasies do you want to have appeased by Dwarf Fortress? The game already simulates racism and religious persecution. I don't know what more you want. Like, really? Like, you know when you're reading dwarves' descriptions and it says they tolerate others that appear unusual or live differently from themselves, that means they're pretty tolerant. Or if they can't stand under others that have a different appearance or culture, is a character who's racist, right? And then after that, it's all just up to the player, and that sort of stuff happens in Legends mode. Like, you'll see whole groups getting expelled / murdered from areas for worshiping specific religions or being from a specific faction. I don't really know what more you'd want. Why do you ask, Gravicus? No, it's not. Wood cutting more than the elves allow you to is an insult to the elves. That's got nothing to do with racism. That's simply them asking you to please slow down the logging. Just like, you know, we ask loggers to do that in real life all the time because we need to stop cutting down all of the forests, which is what most logging companies do, without having, you know, proper replanting regiments at all, or even like taking care of the space that they're destroying. Okay, well, I mean, Dwarf Fortress already has a better simulation of that than most games, so. It's one of those questions I don't like answering, though. In fact, I actively hate answering that question, so thank you for making me answer it. Where are half of you guys getting clothing from? Huh. Right, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I don't care what you're doing in Victoria. I'm just saying I don't like answering that question. So, it doesn't matter what you're doing in Victoria, but... yeah, we put that ghostly hammer lord to rest, so he's not going to possess anybody and murder them. Well, vast majority of the time, it's not the elf's fault anyway. Usually the fault of the player, being an inconsiderate, quick to anger, easily annoyed loose cannon that will just murder entire populations of people for asking them politely to not do something. Which is how the players of Dwarf Fortress treat elves usually. Speaking of conversations I don't like having. Brew drink from plant, 100. Should probably brew some drinks from fruit too, because I probably have some fruit. All right, what was I doing? Is anybody... Well, I guess I should jump back up here and actually do the part where I trade. Let's just make sure that nothing is not permitted to be traded. Yeah, we're all good. What did you guys bring? I will gladly take the few iron bars that you brought. By that, I mean the one iron bar that you brought. Boar, cow, horse. I'll buy that bull and that cow. We'll see if we can pasture them somewhere. I don't know where. Well, I do know where, actually, where I could pasture them. Buy a bunch of berries so that we have some fruits to brew drinks from, and also more vegetables to brew drinks from. Let's trade. Be fine. And you can be removed from there. And is anybody back to digging? Doesn't look like it. All right, well, you're dumping items. There's just so many hauling items that are getting done right now. It's going to take a minute to kind of get back to what we were doing. Because we had what? Like Forgotten Beast. 2 Forgotten Beasts in quick succession, followed by a Cyclops. Oh, poor Cyclops. That poor Cyclops just got fucking decimated. So did the last Forgotten Beast, though, to be fair. Neither of those Forgotten Beasts were particularly scary. Let's follow this goblin's mutilated corpse and get thrown into lava with it. You guys can see where the corpses go. There it goes. Whee! So, Chad, aside from making me ask uncomfortable questions or answer uncomfortable questions about casual racism in Dwarf Fortress, how are you guys doing? We could just do it that way. Why is that? Pink fluffy llama. You have coffee, that's a positive. It's a positive, but it's also a way of life. How are you? I have coffee. So life is tolerable. Perhaps. Nope. Orange. Although if you edit the RAWs of the game to let you play as elves, the elves tell the elves to chop down less trees, which I think is kind of funny. But no, because the alternate races are not super heavily designed at all. At least not for playability. You'll be seeing your friends? That sounds lovely. Now, is this like a you get to see your friends for the last time before you move away type situation, or? Your internet had an issue for a little bit. Well, at least it got sorted before stream started. That could have been bad. Have they started on those pipes? Not only have they started on them, they finished them. Oh, just now? Really? What's going on? That sucks. I'm sorry. So this area here is going to be a big lava spot, essentially. And I've got a dwarf who's a miller withdrawing from society named Tubal. We'll follow Tubal for the moment. I'm actually going to, real quick, set my military to all be training and put them up there and tell them to go train. You had a lasagna? Ooh. Why'd you go to a pub? Jesus Christ, another one? The Forgotten Beast, Cosmaza, Stospexma, Akon has come. Oh no, not Akon. It had a giant blob composed of grime and filth. Another one. It has 3 short tails and a bloated body. Beware its deadly spittle. Jesus Christ. Again? Again. And like in the same spot as the last one too. All right, well, we'll send our squads up here. I mean, seriously. Blobby McBlobsum. I'm going to call you Blobby Kotick. Because he is composed of the right materials. Where did Blobby Kotick go? Come on, Blobby Kotick, come back. I get it, my dwarves are scary, and we've got big weapons, and we're going to kill you immediately. But, like, come on. All right, Blobby Kotick appears to have run, so we'll wait for Blobby Kotick to come back. We've camped on a spawn point. That's not how the game works. It's more like we've camped somewhere where there just happens to be a lot of them. Like, they don't really have spawn points, per se. But yes, we do seem to have ended up somewhere where there is a lot of beasts. All right, let's just make an up-down stair up here. Down stair there. And a stair down to there with an up stair there. Most of this is just going to get blocked off, so. Clear this out. But yeah, no, we certainly are just located where there happens to be a cluster of beasts, which is just kind of funny more than anything. All right, you go there. I'm going to do up here. That's not what I want to do. I want to do that here. It's like I had to think about that for a second. I was like, what am I doing? Not what I think I'm doing. All right, so we're going to need to dig out this a little bit more, this a little bit more. And we're going to dig all the way over to here. I'm also going to dig Right to there, I guess. That's in an awkward spot. Okay, you know what? Screw it. You know, actually, it would be much easier to just do this way. Just do this from the top, then we'll build over top of it. Elomino, what up? It's good to see you, dude. We're working on Crimson Pulley stuffs today, so this is Angelrazor. All right, you two don't get canceled. Please continue. Thank you. Does I need you to? All that cleared out. We're going to fill almost all of this in with Gabbro. Keyword here is almost. Lava chute? Oh, this is definitely going to be a lava chute when it's done. It's not currently a lava chute, though. But it's going to be a pain in the ass to dig because I'm one level above lava. So... we're like right on top of the lava layer, right? So. I'm sure it'll be fine, but we just have to, you know, wait for them to build some stuff. What are they digging around? Okay, they're probably, yeah, they're working on the reservoir. The nice little reservoir that I'm working on, you know? It's going to be this nice small reservoir. This is also currently very awkward to get to. But it'll be great once it's done, so. So let's make a screw pump, which pumps from the north. Can be made out of gabbro, iron, iron. Gabbro, iron, iron. And of course, gabbro, iron, and iron. 1Z level up. We're going to be digging and getting them from this side. So I'm going to channel out that. And channel out this. I'll do this at a slightly higher priority. It's going to knock out this wall so that they're easier to build. We'll be building over top of all of this anyway. Screw pump. Pump from the south. Gabbro, enormous iron. Pump from the south. Gabbro, enormous iron. Them to go mine out that last one whenever they get back over here. But how you doing on this fine day, Elomino? There was some DF news this morning. Uh-oh. Weaver is fighting with the Forgotten Beast. Did you kill it? Hit the Weaver in the head. Well, the blob is there. The Weaver dropped their thread that they were carrying, and the giant blob composed of grime and filth, which is Dwarf Fortress's way of saying poop, is chasing the Weaver, but the Weaver seems to have ran. So, round of beers for the Dwarves about to go kill this thing. We just need to wait for them to show up. They'll get here eventually. The Weaver appears to be coming back and screamed and ran away, as it does. Run away, dude. It's not a good place to hang out unless you have a hammer. Anyway, he's going to collide with him again. Okay, at least they seem to startle each other there. They both dodged backwards. Now, okay, he found a better way to path around the beast. Perfect. Now we just need to wait for the rest of my army to get here. Here they come. They come running in. They dodge out of their way, and now the thing is a smear on the pavement. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. It looks like Ravod got it. Killed the fatal dung of the shadow. The fatal dung of shadow. So it is the dung of poop. The poop of shadow, basically. The giant pile of sludge of hell. And it is disgusting. Anyway, Infinity is still depressed. That's not good. Need to work on you. Where were we? Still digging? It's probably for the best. Considering we get to dig through all of this, which is going to be fun. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this one layer at a time. This is priority 1. We got him, yep. Thanks, Paper Cuts. And also, Frog, you've got the right response to that beast. Ew is the right thing to say. Frankly. Fortunately, this is pretty easy to just kind of quickly dig out. Go screw pump. Pump from the south. Gabbro, enormous pipe. And then this one will be pumped from the north, so we're going to have a dip there. I cut this out. And a channel here. Also going to keep digging this out. This upper layer up here. Screw pump pumps from the north, made out of gabbro, iron, and iron. I have to be very careful about the materials I use, because if I use non-lava safe materials, it will just explode the second lava touches it. So I have to make sure that it's made out of the right stuff. I mean, we have soap in the fort, most likely, so they can just go get their own sanitizing kits. Be fine. This is the quickest way of doing this. It is quite annoying, but it is the quickest one we got. So once they get through this lava, life will be so much quicker. Actually, you know what? Let's do this a way that I literally never do this, so that I don't screw this up. Capital M. There we go. Oh, do they pause with the markings? Okay, so it doesn't actually matter, because they'll cancel it regardless. I didn't realize they'd do it that way. All right. All right, so I guess like the easiest way to do this would be to cut out that and that. So that will drop us down to there. You'll take, actually, you know what, instead of that, let's do this first. We'll have to fill in all of these bits and pieces, but it'll be fine. All of these dwarves are bringing in those pipes, which are going to fill all of this. So they construct certain goods. 3 crossbows. Iron crossbow. 3. We're an hour late for work today, and your boss was like, "Oh, I didn't notice you were late." You must not be very recognizable. That or your boss has a sense of humor. I wouldn't recommend being an hour late for work ever, regardless of if your boss tolerates it. But that's just me. It would give me, like, more stress than it's worth. What the heck are these dwarves up to? Making steel bars, apparently. Okay, you know what? Let's just suspend all of these extra jobs that don't need to be done right now. As useful as they are, it's not what I need. I do need that iron crossbow, though. It's not what I need right now. I just kind of want all of these dwarves to be working on digging. So that we can get all this shit done. Let's hide all of the items down here, so I just don't need to see it. Bringing all of that lava in, which is perfect. Filling in that bit right there. Most of the time, any work I do on a given day, if I'm not delivering, is so someone else has what they need for the next day. Yeah, but if you're okay, I don't know. I don't know exactly what your situation is at work, so I'm not going to argue one way or another. But like, that is extremely fucking poor practice to be an hour late for work, even if it's an accident. Like, unprofessional as all fuck. Like, what the hell, dude? Sorry, I don't find that funny in the slightest. Even if your boss is like, oh, I didn't notice you were late. I don't care. That's not funny. You're just reminding me of people that I hated at my old jobs who refused to show up on time and, you know, actually do their jobs. So you're just reminding me of really shitty times in my life. So thank you. Appreciate that, man. As we mine through all of this crap. Kind of surprised that they're mining on this side, but just like going down here, going to the the area above it to keep mining instead of going to that one up there. Isn't that like closer pathing wise? Huge amount of sense, but all right. Well, we're getting through it, which is good. Which means I think about right here I can just continue that. Come back around later for it. to where you live to try and track you. Yeah, I don't think Orange works for the NSA, though. But I believe that. Yeah, I don't know. People refusing to do their jobs properly is part of the reason why I don't think I will ever, if given the option, go back into the traditional workforce again. It's just not worth the anxiety and bullshit of having to tolerate other people and their inability to do their jobs correctly. It was like, took years off of my life having to manage other people. Yeah, but like the fact that you can just not show up for work and your boss assumes that you're sick also just drives me sorry, but like that doesn't make it any better, Orange. If you're trying to be like, but here's a way that it's better. No, that actually just makes things worse, to be honest with you. So I couldn't disagree more. Don't need you to share certain aspects of your life like that, man. Just mining out the top layers. Guess we're just going to have to wait and see if they can actually mine through the back of this. And then if they can, then I can seal this whole area off, which will actually be a massive assistance to me. I'm going to power through this piece here to make sure that this fills at maximum rate. You left the job because it was too difficult to arrive on time because it was terrible because it is terribly stressful to not be able to be on time regardless of the circumstances. Yeah, no, I agree. I just think, Orange, I'm going to insult you for a second here. You must be an extremely unorganized person to be incapable of making it to your job on time. Like, what the hell, man? An hour late and your boss didn't notice? The fuck's wrong with you? Fucking show up for work on time. The hell, dude? Hey, Wendigo. Long time. No thing. Although I think I said that the last time you were here. Filling in more wall pieces. I transferred locations because getting to a job was too difficult for a bit there. Frog Pride. Crypt Bully? Nah, it is what it is. That's a legitimate reason to not watch free entertainment on the internet. Wendigo. But I hope that crappy life circumstances are calming down a bit. That shit sucks. Crappy way to go, too. This is a 30-minute drive, 90 minutes of traffic. It felt like 2 hours by train. Yeah. I used to, 2 hours by train versus a 30-minute drive actually is not bad. It used to take me about 2 hours via public transit to get to one of the locations I worked at. Yeah. Hopefully, your wife's doing aight. Let me go. Because that stuff's often hard to deal with. Takes a long time. According to YouTube comments, somebody just learned that Dwarf Fortress has an image creator and has played the game for years. Well, I think my point's been made. You have your moments, but humor has been a good healer. Humor can help. Certainly can. Certainly can. Although just having people around that give a shit helps. as far as somebody who's been through loss a couple times with very little support, just having people around that give a shit tends to help more than anything. And all right, now we deal with the game saving for 10,000 years. That's good. Glad some people still have supportive families in the current year. You've been following my YouTube for a while? Oh, hi. You're just curious about how Twitch works. You load it up, and within a few seconds, you got hit with an ad. You get nothing against ads. Totally understandable. And a necessary way to support someone. You're just wondering about how it works in a live stream. Are you missing content when viewing an ad? You are missing content when viewing an ad, but the only ads you'll see on this stream are the ads that you see when you tune in. So Twitch has like a really weird ad structure. You can either have scheduled ad breaks, which remove the ad when you tune into a stream. Or you can do what I do, which is don't run scheduled ad breaks, and people get an ad when they tune into the stream. But the only ad that you'll see is when you tune in. That is the only time you'll see ads unless you refresh the page. You can remove ads by throwing money at me, but that's optional. Or other people can remove ads for you by gifting you subscriptions. But yeah, that's how Twitch works. Twitch also has like a $9 a month option for the entire site that just removes ads on the whole site. But that's all it is. I mean, there are like dozens of us when it comes to Dwarf Fortress related things, so thanks for watching. You headed to bed, Ned? Or are you just posting sleepy dwarf emote because you can? I never know how to respond when people just put that emote in by themselves. Or by itself. But, yeah, so that's all that the ad is on Twitch. It's just the one ad. But the one kind of real issue that Twitch has is there's no, like, quick, easy way to rewind streams. There are VODs, like, you can watch the whole VOD, but then you're not in the stream. So, but the reason I don't run ad breaks is because I don't like people missing stuff. So usually what I do when I tune into a stream and there's an ad, I just tab out and wait for 30 seconds and tab back in. Found out today that your boss forced one of your coworkers to take a week off and paid him to go to an eye doctor after noticing that they had a hard time reading the orders. Okay, so now this is just transformed into Orange brags about how cool his boss is, and you know what? As somebody who's a terrible boss to himself, I don't need to hear about your better boss than me, okay? That's nice of your boss, though. Welcome to another episode of Orange Talks About How Orange's life is better than yours. But yeah, no, Twitch is a weird beast, and like I kind of take for granted how confusing some of the features on Twitch can be, just because I've been around for like all of them being added to the site, so I'm just used to everything on Twitch. But there is a lot of stuff on Twitch that's just kind of a mess. So if shit's confusing or if you don't get something, just yell and we'll do our best to explain. I think we're just gonna power through this corner. I think what I'm going to do is just go around the edges. I mean, you know, Pac, I know exactly who you're talking about, but you've been around this stream for a while and should know that we have very strict promote other people in chat without permission rules. So I know who you're talking about, and I promote her work sometimes, but I don't need you to do that. Thanks. If you want to go watch other streamer, go watch other streamer. But, unless streamer does the promoting, don't do the promoting. Thanks. I just kind of always operated that way. You should know this. Just keep waiting for dwarves to come from the other side of the fort to dig. But how you been, Pac? It's gonna be fun to like sort out that side. This is what I get for doing this one layer of from above. I mean, it's like the most like common sense thing, you know? You don't walk into McDonald's and scream about how great Wendy's is. That's just rude. Just like you don't walk into my stream and scream about another streamer. Okay, why does that help anybody? If the topic of tutorials comes out, then yeah, sure, I'll shout out Sal or Tekid, but like, I don't need you doing that for me, thanks. It's not your job, that's mine. Take a shot every time I say thanks. Don't do that, you'll die. You walk into my stream and tell me that I'm the only reason you use Twitch? Well, thanks. Cheers, man. That's what I need, is that kind of positive echo chamber. You didn't offend me. It's a massive pet peeve, though. So you're all fine. but it's been a while, Pack. And that is like my number one pet peeve. Maybe not my number one pet peeve, but it's up there. Top 10 for sure. You don't like to lie on the second reason? Well, I mean, that's fine. I'm not even the first reason I use Twitch. Only gaming related one though? Gotcha. I don't always play games. Just usually play games. Everyone else you watched on Twitch quit streaming? That's kind of a mood. I feel you there. Spicy? I mean, that's pretty spicy because that's lava. I don't know if I'd call that spicy. More me just being a nitpicky twit. At least I'm self-aware. Besides, I'm not even streaming Dune. It can't be that spicy. The Outpost Liaison has arrived. I don't think I really have anything to sell them, though. Zombies? No, not really. Zombies hang around way longer than anything else because other stuff leaves when they get hungry. Zombies kind of don't ever get hungry, so. But think about it this way, right, Pack? You're a channel that is struggling to keep up view counts, and you're a channel that's been struggling to grow for years. And then random person you haven't seen in a while pops in and says, hey, I haven't been watching you, but I've been watching this person that has better tutorials than you. How would that make you feel? Think about it from that perspective. For a second. Or he'll put on Bob Ross to fall asleep to. Fair enough. I mean, I use podcasts to fall asleep. I don't like using anything that's live to fall asleep. So I usually listen to podcasts. Mostly because videos or streams are... You never know when they're suddenly going to get really loud, you know? I would love to play Dune, but they didn't give me key, and I don't have any video game budget right now because I'm saving for a vacation at the end of June. So if I don't get given key for game, can't play game. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? What requests do I have of your merchants? Let's go for everybody's fan favorite. No, I see here. Okay, fine, Peck. I'm just trying to explain to you why something makes me feel upset from my perspective. But I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just simply talking. You simply started off on a point, and I'm trying to explain why that point makes me upset. You need to realize that I'm a human too, right? We both have feelings and emotions. I'm not trying to hurt or upset you or argue with you. It's the last thing I want to do. I'm just simply streaming. So if you're upset because of something I said, then I apologize, but that's not my intention. You said a thing I didn't like you saying, so I'm explaining to you why I don't want that being said. But whatever. If I upset you, I'm sorry. But there isn't really much I can say. Named another hammer. Moving down. And IR Stupid, thanks for the $2.99. Appreciate you, dude. You ever noticed you started falling asleep when your friends talk too long? Depends on how interesting your friends are at that point, I guess. I used to fall asleep when watching movies a lot. Now I don't. Now I watch movies on my phone, so I tend to like hold my phone up like this or like this, so when my phone hits me in the face, it's time to go to bed. Because I dropped it on my head. All right, where are they headed? Everywhere else. That's fine. Up and above. The lower layers. Kind of wish that they'd just do this spot first. So you know what? I'm just going to increase the priority. Just get her done. Well, I don't like having noise when I fall asleep either, which is why I listen to a podcast. And my podcast app has a setting where it shuts off after 15 minutes and it slowly gets quieter for the last 10. So it's like I have some noise that I can listen to and it distracts my brain, and then it fades off into the distance. And I fade to sleep with it. And I kind of thought that they'd hit lava. Gotta be like right above it. Like literally directly above it. I have a question though. Why does everybody seem to think that I'm trying to argue with people at all times? It's like I can't have any kind of discussion of my own channel's rules ever, because the second I do, I'm told that I'm arguing with people. Like I'm not arguing with you. It's just you broke rules. So now apparently I'm full aggro. What? I'm confused. It's a very common state for me to be in. Perhaps it's the resting bitch face. It's clearly. Yeah, I don't like having noise, but I don't mind people talking. I quite like having people talking because it makes me not think about other things. You haven't tuned into my streams before? Fair enough. There are times when I get aggro, but you have to piss me off to do that. I have more feelings than is optimal for a person. That's the actual problem. Like, as a streamer, it's better to not have any feelings, because if you have no feelings, then people can just say whatever the fuck to you, and then it doesn't matter. It just flows over you like nothing. But for me, sometimes people say things to me that hurt me or annoy me, at which point, then I just babble. It's frustrating. Yeah, I guess stone. All right, let's go over that way. I think I mined you a little too far on this side. Shit. Which means you... Yeah, I did. All right, well, that's fine. All right. I'm gonna do this. I guess we can just like dig through either side of you, here and here, from the top and bottom, and go around it that way. Sorry, what? Oh, a naked mole dog is fighting with a forgotten beast. This has to be, yes, in the layer that I don't have access to right now. There's so many of them. I can't get over this. It's ridiculous. Well, you know, it is a smallish community, but I don't want to hear about the streamers you've been watching that are actively competing with me, right? If that person is in my chat, then sure. But otherwise, like, that doesn't benefit anybody. All it is, oh, you've been watching other people. Cool. How does that benefit the conversation in any way? Oh, I know, but that's not true at all because we have about 8 hours of overlap. I know my schedule and I know exactly who you're talking about. And yes, we do compete. So there's a point where it's just like, don't under any circumstances do what you did. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Is please don't do that. What more do you want me to say? All right, we're going to work on cutting out this chunk, which means now that all that's filled in, can fill in this side too, because the pumps are already over there. You don't need to be quiet. You can totally talk. I just don't need you. But whatever. And Kravicus has been possessed, which seems like a pretty standard state for Kravicus to be in. Cooler, I'm trying to end the subject, right? Appreciate the assistance. How you doing, man? Claims a magma forge as well. Kravicus, you better make me a sword out of a good material. Or I swear to Christ. I think I already grabbed iron, too. Looked like iron. What's that, Gabbro? Probably Gabbro. It's either Gabbro or Obsidian, considering where he got it from. Anyway, since we have an absolutely horrible topic of subject matter going on, can we just get a round of beers and reset the conversation with literally anything else? You know, is what it is. I mean, it's a metalsmith's forge, so that ain't just any workshop. $51 months. Von Roland.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
I don't know how else to say this, but holy fuck, that's a long time, dude. That's it. Holy fuck, that's a long time. Also, an anonymous gifter has gifted 3 months of subscription to Cooler. Welcome back, Cooler. You keep waiting for more RCT? It'll happen one day. One day. Grabbed wood logs, beak dog leather, gold nuggets, 2 marble blocks, 1 gabbro block, beak dog leather, and iron bars. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? It's a metalsmith's forge. What's up, Zoomzang? Look at this fish. A flame angelfish. Used to own some angelfish. It's a pretty looking fish. I used to own some angelfish, which are different from flame angelfish. Quite a bit different. They're freshwater angelfish, not saltwater angelfish. I never had a saltwater fish tank. I only ever had a freshwater. Uh-oh. Of course I managed to lock a dwarf in there. Well, I mean, some things never change, I suppose.
Choo choo.
Orange, was that you that gifted the sub? Thanks for the $1. You gonna climb out? I'll be very impressed if you do, Dwarf. You had the way out, Dwarf, but you, like, removed it from yourself, so... We have to, like, dig this out now, too. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of angelfish. This is my mare, too. This isn't just any dwarf. This is my mare. Can you climb out of there, Ming? Here, we'll give you this. There you go. You made it. Sweet. All right, I don't need to give you that. What a bloody idiot of a dwarf, damn near killing himself. All right, you go there, but we will suspend that one so that they don't stand there, hopefully. And he did it, but it's the wrong material. Shem, the weaponsmith, aka Krabicus, has created Magi Dilbad. Dilbad? A pig iron battle axe. Is pig iron any good? Wasn't you? Well, all right. What, gifting an account on a website that's based in the US, a sub, does not violate anything. You are more than allowed to do that. Krabicus, the weaponsmith, has created a pig iron battle axe, and she claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Udil Workburries. No idea who Udil Workburries is, but this is a pig iron battle axe. All crafts dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with it is decorated with beak dog leather and encircled with bands of round gabbro cabochons and oval marble cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of beak dog leather and menaces with spikes of sangreo rib wood. On the item is an image of dwarves in pig iron. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Angelrazor by the Crimson Joys of the Crimson Pulley. Crimson Joys is our local group. In the early spring of 186. On the item is an image of Adil Bastet, the dwarf in diorite, in marble. Bastet is raising diorite mechanisms. The artwork relates to the masterful diorite mechanisms created by the dwarf Bastet for the Crimson Joys at Angelrazor in the late summer of 186. On the item is an image of giant bushmasters in native gold, which are a bird, I think? Nope. It's a type of snake. I thought it was a bird. It's also a gun. A lot of guns. But yeah, it's apparently a snake. Interesting. I don't know what it is in Dwarf Fortress specifically. Also, good night, Einstein's. You sleep well. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the Bushmaster? I don't know what that means, but okay. It's a snake with a gun? I mean, it could be a snake with a gun. The concept of a snake holding a gun is a terrifying thing to behold. Also, it's worth 100,800 Zathal. Okay, dwarf bucks. All right, did they... have to wait until they successfully finish this while we keep going around the edges of this. So they will finish up there. Oh, hey, they're hitting the damp stone up on the top side. Remembering the Star Wars snake bartender? I have no idea what you're talking. What's Star Wars snake bartender? Which Star Wars has a snake bartender? I feel like every time I rewatch the old Star Wars movies, though, there's like, oh, I didn't see that stupid fucking alien the first time. Although, not to really spoil anything, but I ended up playing Pokemon or Star Wars Creature with teammates on the most recent episode of the podcast, which ended up being about as entertaining as you could imagine. Oh, I haven't seen the Clone Wars since it was in theaters, so that would be why I don't remember that. Chat, thanks for the little mini hype train there. Big thanks, seriously. Helping keep this weird show funded. 100 bits at a time. Oh, the 3D animated Clone Wars. Okay, that I've never seen, so. Which I think you already know. But that would make sense as to why I haven't seen it. All right, so apparently there's lava up here. That's fun. You know what? Oh, actually, never mind. It's damp stone, meaning we're... Oh, right, yes, because we're underwater. I get it. Okay. Let's just go through that side and down that way just so that we can see what we're actually going to collide with. But the reason I've got that piece there queued up is so that we can know exactly where we're going to end up. And of course, they collide with more damstone. We're just going to go up here real quick, and I'm going to make a bunch of levers. Make a couple levers, and I will name them after they're connected to whatever they're getting connected to. Let's just continue this little digging session along here. You had a girlfriend who was obsessed with Star Wars? It's the same reason I watched so much anime. It was because I had a girlfriend who was obsessed with anime. It's amazing the things that we do because we're, like... It's amazing the things that you do because you love someone or like someone. The things that you'll watch. The things that you'll listen to. Like, I used to listen to fucking My Chemical Romance and, various other musical groups, Imagine Dragons, and various other musical groups that I didn't like at all because that was music I could play in the apartment. Because it's what my ex wanted to listen to. It's like, if you like listening to music and your ex is just like, well, you're gonna play this, it's like, all right, I guess I'm listening to MCR all fucking day. How am I going to hate MCR? Because their music isn't very good? They had like one or two alright songs, but I never want to hear them again. My life would be significantly benefited from never having to listen to MCR ever again. But then again, you know, yesterday I was hating on Trivium, so gotta even it out, right? I mean, you'd be surprised. Although I had one person who was like genuinely arguing in favor of me hating on Nickelback once. I was just sitting here like rambling about how much I fucking hate Nickelback, except for like Gotta Be Somebody, which is a certified decent song. And then people are just like, wait, how do you hate Nickelback? It's like their music is so like all right that you just have to enjoy at least one of their songs. It's like, no, I don't actually. my whole life without ever hearing a Nickelback song ever again, and I'd probably be a little bit happier than I would be otherwise. That's one of the 2 songs that I will tolerate if it's playing, but that's about it. Renfield. Imagine Dragons is not very good, I think. My favorite quote about Imagine Dragons is that they once were late to start a concert because they were playing League of Legends, which shows you about how much they give a shit about their music careers. What, teenagers scare the ever-living shit out of me? I think that's the song that you're referring to. But yes, that song is all right. What, for Imagine Dragons? We have an engraver guild. I have 10 engravers? I guess so, shit. All right. We get to make an engravers guild now. Oops. Any random group of 5 dudes on the sidewalk could be Imagine Dragons. That's, you know, the one thing I do like have in favor of for Imagine Dragons is they are some of the most normal ass dudes in the music industry. Like, they're just like, you know that like Just Two Guys, that really old song by really old I mean like what, 15 years old song on YouTube by The Lonely Island, where it says we're just 2 guys and we're having a good time. That's how I think of Imagine Dragons, except it's just 4 guys or just 5 guys and they're having a good time. It's like, do they have any talent? No. Are they entertaining? No. Are they funny? No. But they're just 5 guys and they're having a good time. So that's what I think of whenever I think of Imagine Dragons, is that one fucking Lonely Island song about just 2 guys having a good time with no talent, no entertainment value. Hey, now they're demanding I make them an engraver guild. All right, so I have to stop naming swords, please. So I have to make my engravers a guild now because they are asking me, and if I don't make them a guild, they will get mad at me, and that would be bad. So we're going to make them a guild. So the way I'm going to do this is we're going to build it right here, I think. And because all of the furniture in this fortress is made out of gold, it'll be very gaudy and nice, so I'm sure they'll love it. All right, let's find some other music that I can hate. Actually, I got some. This isn't even hating. This is just me being jealous. My parents got to see AC/DC as openers for as openers for the Police. And to me, that is still like the most, well, that'll never happen again thing that I can possibly think of. It's just like, there's no way in hell that would have happened like even 5 years later. It's like the Police with AC/DC opening for them. You know what's even better is my parents don't like AC/DC at all, but they do like the Police, which I think is kind of amusing. Probably was a dope show, but every time my parents talk about it, they just complain about how loud it was. I'm just like, you got to see them play on the fucking Highway Through Hell tour. Or the Highway to Hell tour. Not Highway Through Hell, that's a reality TV show on the History Channel. Yeah, they got to see them on the Highway to Hell tour, opening for the Police, which is fucking incredible. Hellway to High? No, I said Highway Through Hell, which is the name of a reality TV show about tow trucks that pull trucks out of ditches from a dangerous highway. It was nice tour of the hills, but did they have to have so many hills? What, for the Highway Through Hell? I mean, I love the fact that I've just got this goblin stoneworker in my fort now. I can't wait until they all start demanding to become full members of the fort. So, because like, so I have these like humans and goblins that all joined the fort the last time I played this because we raided a couple goblin settlements, and one of the ones that we raided had a bunch of prisoners in it that showed up. Oh, about it being too loud. Oh, I understand. But they all showed up after we raided the goblin settlement and asked to stay for the purpose of sanctuary, which means that they were prisoners, right? Like they invaded in the background simulation and became imprisoned at that goblin site. And so I have like these humans and goblins in my fort because of it, and they're just hanging out in this guild hall and learning to be stoneworkers. So they're all going to be stoneworkers and masons by the time they actually join the fortress proper. Stone? Shame Gremlin from Air. Well, I mean, Goblin from Air is significantly more realistic than Gremlin from Air, but also Gremlin from Air. Vote Gremlin today. He's a mayor that has no demands because he has nothing that he likes because he doesn't know what anything is. True story. If you end up with a goblin as a mayor, they have no likes and dislikes, so they can't actually make demands. Which I genuinely think is amazing. But the thing is, like, actually having as a gremlin as a mayor is super unrealistic and very impractical because you have to capture a gremlin and then tame it and keep it tamed long enough that it can talk to everybody, that it petitions for full citizenship, which is possible, but it takes a really long time. And then it has to talk enough that its speech skills get high enough. Like, you have to keep them alive for, like, 30 years. So it's, like, very impractical thing to actually do. But it is possible. It's just, like, something that we've been joking about for ages on this stream because of Long Death. Because that's the only fort that I have where it theoretically could run long enough that theoretically we could make a gremlin mayor if we were able to get one in the fort. The problem is getting one in the fort. Well, it is an Engraver's Guild, so I think that the Engraver's Guild needs to be filled with engravings. The word awe? It's like you're in awe. You're in awe of something. I don't know how else to explain that. Everything in DF is a hassle. But that's the joy of DF, is that it's a hassle. I don't know how to explain the pronunciation of the word awe. It's like you got hit in the shin. Ah! Like that's how I would explain the pronunciation of the word awe. Or like you saw a cat. Aw. I guess like OAing? I don't know. Chat, what would you say awe is more like? Getting hit in the shin or seeing a cat? Or maybe getting hit in the shin while you're seeing a cat. You go, ah! That's my description of how to pronounce the word awe. Dear Twitch, why do you keep defaulting to no Twitch chat? I hate it. The example with the cat works? There you go. Even learning that DF is free to play. The number of times we have to explain to people that no, you don't need to pay for DF is incredible. Although I will never forget that one person who's like, but I bought DF. What? From where? From a CD store. Oh no. You got ripped off, Fred. Came with a disc and everything and a case. I've got bad news for you there. All right, there's our Engraver Guild Hall. It's now officially a guild hall. Citizens and long-term residents only. Because that did happen once. We had to have that conversation with an audience member once. There was a person who actually somehow managed to pay for a copy of Dwarf Fortress from somebody that definitely didn't have the permission to sell it, but it's definitely a special edition. Admittedly, it did come with a used copy of the book that is also out of date, but still very amusing to me and something that I will remember maybe forever. It's just way too funny. Really has you feel like you're playing Minesweeper? RimWorld stole that UI from Dwarfort. It's true. I also stream Minesweeper sometimes. Very infrequently, but sometimes. I'm back just pouring coffee. You download more RAM? Person? Yeah, that's how it works, right? I mean, obviously, someone just mentions, like, ironically downloading more RAM. Somebody else in chat thinks that we're all being serious about downloading more RAM. Is kind of the same thing. Yeah. Ever address the book? What, the unofficial book on how to play DF? I mean, they helped with it. If that's what you're asking. What do you mean by address it? Like, is it endorsed? Is that what you're asking? They gave the author permission to write it. Like, it's a semi-official thing. It's just out of date now. The digital version is up to date, and I want to say that the Kindle version gets updated from time to time. But yeah, no, they don't make any money from it, but it is officially endorsed. Although Tarn has edited several books with the founder of Kit Fox Games. 2 books, in fact, and I have both of them. Although my dad's been borrowing one of them, and I might just have to ask my dad to give it back to me because I'm tired of waiting, because I want to read it again. And he's had it now for a year, almost, give or take. One of them's right here. Is this. Procedural storytelling and game design. Tanya X. Short and Tarn Adams. Way too fucking expensive. I would not have bought that book if it wasn't for it being a legitimate business expense. Because that's a very expensive book. It's like a textbook level of expensive book. Still kind of a neat thing, though. But like I said, it was a business expense, so I called it research. All right. So I can go up here and fill this in now. Although, have I done the one above yet? How am I gonna fix that? That's not how that's how you get, what's the word? That's how you get audited. With that kind of attitude, Orange. let's mine this out. Wait, let's see if we can do this from up above. All right, let's channel you down then. We're trying to kill. Okay, so this is the like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th fort that I've done in this world. We've been playing as this faction called the Crimson Pulley, which is completely mountain locked up here. We're trying to expand down into this area and wipe out this goblin infection right here, but we're also trying to take out this necromancer tower. But the kind of side fun goal for this fort is we're trying to, and this faction is we're trying to kill all of the angels on the surface, which are basically hyper DF spoilers. They're like the demons that live underground, but they live on the surface. And so we're doing our best to absolutely, obliterate them. And that is the goal of this fort, kind of, is we're trying to remove angels. But in order to take out that necromancer tower, which is like the side goal, I need to be in a position of, what's the word I'm looking for here? I need to be in a position to be able to kill zombie hordes, which right now I'm not. And the reason I'm not is because, well, I don't have a big enough army. I don't feel like making a big enough army, so I'm currently working on this, which is going to be a lava flood trap so that I can just deal with the zombies that way. And once the fort is locked down and safe, then we can start raiding things heavily. And so currently we're just prepping to be able to raid things heavily. Everyone fears the Ewok necromancers. Fortunately, we're not playing in that world. That is not currently the a threat that we need to deal with, fortunately. But yes, I do agree. No, everyone fears the Ewok necromancers. Because we played a Star Wars mod last week, which obviously had Ewoks and clone troopers and all that jazz. And there was an Ewok necromancer tower at the far end of the world, which to this day just kind of amuses the crap out of me. Just the concept of Ewoks as necromancers is very funny to me. For, I think, obvious reasons, like, oh, look at the cute teddy bear's brains! So, all of that. I really should have raided the Ewok necromancer towers to try and make droid zombies, but we did have a Jawa necromancer who was in charge of part of my faction, which was pretty funny. Which is almost as funny as Ewok necromancers. Although I would say that Stormtrooper necromancers might actually be funnier for some reason. As they continue to dig around things, but at least unpausing isn't that difficult. Just every time they collide with wet or warm stone, they stop digging. We basically just need to figure out where all of the limits are, and then we can dig through it eventually. Once we know where all the limits are, it'll be easy to dig through. Perfect. I run around to that side, find the rest of it, and the rest of it, and the rest of it. Really? This is the strangest water pattern I've seen in a minute. Let's just get rid of this. And that. Dig out this. Baddies to walk through so that I can pour lava on them. That's what this massive tunnel is for. And the lava is going to come from up here. which hopefully I'm going to build in its entirety today. So. Most videos at 2 times, including yours. What do I think about it? I don't care. Watch videos the way you want. You made a pig iron battle axe, by the way. An artifact pig iron battle axe with studs of gold, and it had an image of Bastet holding a mechanism that she made. Unfortunately, it wasn't a second golden axe, so we could put that golden axe next to the other golden axe, which would have just been very funny. You had the opportunity to, because you did pick up gold, but you didn't make another golden axe, so only one golden axe for this fortress. No doubles. Not today. Bad face. But yeah, there was a comment that was left on one of my Dwarf Fortress news videos a while ago, which very much amused me, which was just real fans of Blind have to pause the video and set it to 1 times speed because they've been watching Long Death in 2 times speed for the last 6 weeks. Which is kind of true. So real fans of me have to, you know, pause the video and slow down the speed for the news videos because they've been watching all of my videos at 2 times speed. I watch videos at 1 time speed because I don't know. It's just how I watch things. Sometimes I'll watch things at 2 times. Actually, that's not true. There's one YouTube channel where I'll watch their stuff at 2 times speed, but I don't watch them very frequently. And that's Level 1 Text, and that's just because fucking Wendell talks so goddamn slowly. Wendell's just like, so, you see, after the Pentium era, the amount of RAM capacity that motherboards could house went up significantly. And in that time, it's like, fucking shut the fuck up, Wendell. Some of your main DF consumption? I feel like it is for a lot of people. But it's kind of wild, the number of people in that community that still don't know that the premium version is coming. It's something that I still learn about almost every day. It's just like people are just like, I've played this game for years, had no idea that this existed. It's like, oh my god. You listen to some stuff at 1 time speed for background noise, like there's a modded XCOM 2 campaign that you're 1/3 of the way through and you have no idea what's going on still? Like, just what's going on in XCOM or what's going on because of the speed you watch it at? But, I mean, hell, that's good. Oh, so you're not actually, like, paying any attention. I guess that's like me watching streams that are in non-English languages as background noise. Like, usually if I want background noise, I don't want English. So I'll watch, like, Portuguese or German streams, usually. There's a small handful of streamers that I watch that don't speak English, like, at all. And it's just, it stops me, because, like, I'm really bad at lurking in streams, so if I'm watching a stream, I'll end up talking. But for me, that stops me because I can't communicate with them anyways. It's like, there's a German channel that I watch sometimes where I'll occasionally post like a lurk emote, but I can't understand German. Like, I can understand some German. Like, I understand like every 4th word kind of deal. So if someone's talking slowly and pronouncing their words really carefully, I can understand what they're saying. But like, if you're just talking at like normal speaking speed, I can't follow. And I've got a few channels in German that I watch, and every now and again I'll just post a lurk emote. And then I'll hear them like say hi to me. And I'll be like, crap, I can't respond. Why did I say anything? Like that, I do have that happen every now and again. But that is my choice for background noise. I will just put on a stream that isn't in English and just listen. I don't know what that means, so good for your clergymen's, I guess. More clergymen's jobs for your clergymen's. I don't really know what that means because I haven't thought about Vicky 2 in, well, ever. That should be just that corner. I think. Then the only bit that's left is this bit. To not know what a streamer video is saying? You'd be amazed how quickly you pick up other languages just by exposing yourself to it. Like, I always joke that, like, I learned enough Portuguese to know when somebody's insulting me because of Counter-Strike back in the day. Guten Tag? Oh, I mean, Guten Tag. I can absolutely respond to that. Like, good day, good night, good morning, good afternoon, I understand. Chat's just gonna start yelling at me in German now. This is what I get to deal with. Like, You're not sorry, I'm cool, Dan. That's the thing. You're not. You have the Deadbolt soundtrack bookmarked still? It's so fucking good, though. Do you listen to it, or do you just have it bookmarked? You will learn it, but it won't be very fun? I don't know about it not be very fun. I mean, that's how... Think about it this way, Krabicus. When you're born, right? You are a tiny little infant of flesh and a little bit of brain. And you have to forcibly teach yourself languages by simply listening to people talk around you. If a baby can do it, so can a grown-up. Can't be that bad. Like, literally, if a baby can learn to speak any language, so can you. Listen to it, of course. All right, then. I wasn't sure. But yeah, no, the Deadbolt soundtrack's fantastic. That soundtrack is good enough that I know 3 individual people who have purchased it on record just because of me streaming that record. It's so good. Why is that a cursed sentence? It's not wrong. There's nothing incorrect about that sentence. We are beings of bone, flesh, and brain. Some tendon, a little bit of muscle. Some more, some less in the muscle front. Yeah, you're one of the 2 that I know who bought it because of me. It's you and Pilot. You can disable it, Ned, in the init files. The reason I haven't is because the alternative of not having it is worse. Because you'll just be digging. Fortress full of lava! And it's not good. So I leave it on because I've experienced the alternative after I've disabled it. And, yeah, it's kind of annoying when it pauses and stops constantly, but you get pretty quick at getting around it. It would be extra fun. Well, I mean, you can disable it. I'm not sure exactly where it is because it's been a while. It's been like over a year since I've disabled it last. Why did that reset? What? On the topic of cursed sentences. Cool, Dan. You think what I said is cursed. All right. All right, let's put the exit bridge in. I really hope that those mechanisms got made. 5 of them did. Let's just make Gabbro mechanisms. Mech, rock, 50. Make it out of fireproof rock, because that exists. All right, so these hallways are going to be where the baddies walk into the fort. Their actual entryways through this hallway right here, which goes all the way up to here. And then all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to here. And then all the way up to here. And then up into here. And currently it's sealed with that. So, baddie killer, which I think... Okay, sweet. I just need to pull that lever and then it should disappear. So let's test it. Let's see. Does this lever work? So I need a dwarf to show up to pull that lever. Anybody? Just need a dwarf to pull the lever. Anybody? Anybody? We have like 100 dwarves in this fort. Can somebody pull up freaking... There you go. Perfect. All right, so... Drawbridge disappears when lever is pulled, which means first one is done. First one set up and good. I did actually know that. But, you know, as someone whose skull has depression alongside of depressions, I think I got more than my fair share, frankly. All right, let's cut through that. That's been cut out. Means I can get all of this smoothing. Well, that's all sealed up. What I need to do now is figure out how I'm going to power this fucking thing. That I haven't really thought about. Let's see if Google can... Did you just type in longest German word? Beer Labeling Supervision Deities Transfer Act is what that translates to, apparently. All right. Thank you for... I don't know. Jeopardy... thing, that information that we all have now. Kind of tempted to do this the long way, but also kind of not. I absolutely could do this way. I may or may not have a Google Translate extension for my web browser that just automatically translates words like that. Can neither confirm nor deny that. Trying to figure out how to power this thing. Because it needs 90 power, which is like nothing, admittedly. It's kind of a, how do I want to power this? Probably the easiest way is just to create a small water flow. Then I have to deal with the water physics of all of this, most likely. Which I kind of really don't want to do. Especially considering, like, I've just dug out this huge area and I'll have to go around it. Guess we're doing this way. This is gonna actually be kind of cool looking if I do this correctly. That's not actually the tool that I wanted. It seems like a pretty sweet lava setup, and water-wise. I mean, what do you mean by seeing me scrolling through what seems like that? Like, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, it's hopefully going to end up being a pretty awesome setup. As for if it'll work, that's... well, I guess something that we'll find out soon enough. Actually, you know what? Screw that. Let's go up one. And say, I need you. Go right there. Fuck. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, perfect. You know, there's a clip on my YouTube channel somewhere of me listening to a text-to-speech bot read the longest name for a person to have ever had in history. This is going to require a lot of wood. So, we're going to call this Trap Enter. Okay. I'll hook you up to a bridge. I think that's the right one. I make 2 Gabbro mechanisms. Yes. That is Trap Exit. So that's Trap Enter. So you can be Trap Exit. Which will be this. Iron and Gabbro. Nope, not that one. That one. Yes, that is it. What Stone said, and also what I'm a Cool Dan said. I'm not gonna do it again because there's no reason to, unless somebody wants to cheer 100 bits with that name there. In which case, then the robot will read it for you, which is what happened the last time. Admittedly, hey, look, they're digging the thing. But I'm not gonna do that again intentionally, unless you guys pay me to do it. Is what normal? People typing really, really, really long names into the chat? Chat, is that normal? Do people do that often? I mean, in this stream, I won't say it's not normal. Maybe not a daily occurrence, but it is absolutely what we were talking about. So yes, it is indeed topical. This last one is going to be called Turn Off the Fucking Lava. Oh. Let's call this Spicy Water Off Button. Okay, Spicy Water Off Button. Because turning the spicy water off is very important. So that's going to be the thing that's going to plug the drain and do all that. And you, right here, Gonna go all the way up to that. Chat just talks about what chat talks about, and if we're talking about long names, then someone's inevitably going to copy-paste that. Until he goes into a bigger stream and finds out about ASCII spams. Most ASCII spams just get eaten by bots these days, though. It's been a long time since the days of, holy fucking Mario cock, all the time in chats. You now have coffee and a sandwich? Coffee good? I've got sandwich waiting for later. You know, I once found a website that was nothing but a gallery of various ASCII dicks. And it's like an art gallery that's just been lost to time. That's like the only way I can describe it. It's like there's no logical reason for anybody to make a massive ASCII cock. There's like literally no reason for somebody to do that, to just like take the time out of their day to just put ASCII characters together to make it look phallic. Like there's no logical reason for any human being to do that. And no one will ever appreciate the artistry and effort and time put into that kind of trolling. But man, I respect the shit out of it. You know? Like there are people out there that spent days, if not weeks of their lives designing intricate, complex, detailed phallic images out of slashes and brackets and asterisks. Why are you looking at me like that, cutest? What did I say? Do you think carbonated water is spicy? Maybe if it has habanero peppers in it. Just like imagining carbonated water with habanero peppers in it, and that's making my mouth hurt. Right, let's start building gear assemblies. So if you don't know how water power works, you're gonna see. All right, I screwed it up. Fuck. Okay. Guess we'll just have to do this suboptimally. That's okay. Actually, that's not so bad. It's fine for this side. One of the wife's minions at work got her a visa extension approved so she doesn't have to go home to Ukraine until the end of the year. That seems wise. Not going to Ukraine right now seems very wise. Imagine being forced to go to a war zone. That's a terrifying thought. But also, I'm glad your wife gets to stay with you. Jeez, man. That's actually kind of like my neighbor who owns an apartment in Mariupol, and he's like, "Yep, my apartment has like a hole the size of, he was describing it without showing me pictures because he didn't have any pictures with him at the time, but he's just like, yeah, my apartment in Mariupol just looks like Godzilla took a bite out of it, basically. And one of my Hammerlords has given birth to a baby girl. Excellent. They gave birth to their own shield. Lovely. It's very good ventilation. Yeah, very much so. Fucking Christ. Also, I just wanted to shout out something because nobody commented on it yet, and I think it's funny. So, I had some people that were rude in YouTube comments the other day, or a little while ago, like 10 days ago now, because of the video I put up on the first where I echo Tarn's support of Ukraine. And so since then, since some people left rude comments on my video, which is not going to make me lose sleep or anything, my response to that is now I'm just going to wear my ginger shirt literally every single time I make a video that includes my face, which is just the colors of the Ukrainian flag. Because, like, they're from Kiev, so. Modern rounds go straight through buildings. Those buildings are made out of concrete, too. Like, it's not like the fucking shitty buildings we have out here in Canada that are all just made of wood. Like, our buildings would just, like, fracture and fall apart immediately if you hit them with a heavy round. Those things are made out of concrete, which is why so many of them are still standing. But, whatever. Imagine sending people back into a war zone. Mm-hmm. Imagine that. But, regardless, I'm glad to hear that, your wife doesn't have to be sent into a war zone. I think what I might... I'm trying to think how to drain this. So now we have to come up with a system for draining this, which is difficult. This is the hardest part of all of this. Is coming up with a system for draining this. Not the water. The water is easy to drain. It's the lava that I have to drain. Well. Let's do that. We're just making this the width of these. Go over to about here. Can't. Just eyeballing it. Okay. These are going to be where we open up the drawbridges to dump lava on things. But I have to do this intelligently, because if I don't, they're all going to fall in. So what I'm going to have to do is set these to marker, with the exception of the end. One of the kids volunteers at the library that is graduating this month? Oh, well. Doesn't really matter who did it. It's just good that somebody did that. Also, in my headcanon, you're married to Gru, by the way, because your wife has minions. Just thought that you'd appreciate that. All right, well, we got tons of stuff getting constructed left and right now, so. Despicable Me, terrible, terrible franchise. Despicable Me 1, pretty okay movie. Everything that came after that, though, was like almost a Pixar quality film. Before or after the war broke out? Blackos. Although, based on your wife being less supportive of your interest, I would assume after. But also based on the tiny little bit of what I know about what you do, so. Slipped into overwhelming mediocrity. I just kind of assumed that they quit because like there was, you know, better things to do with their time than write like subpar films. What are you guys doing? Oh, we're out of booze. That would do it. I'm paying far too much attention to what's going on underground in this chunk, and nowhere near enough attention to what's going on in the actual fortress itself. Let's watch the captain of the guard, Zakos, over here, not cave themselves in and die. Hopefully. Not bad so far. I have to be very careful about the order in which they do this stuff, because if they do it in the wrong order, then they're going to start caving stuff in. And if they cave stuff in, then dwarves get atom smashed. And if dwarves get atom smashed, then we have less dwarves. And if we have less dwarves, then that's bad. That's my order of operations as to why we need to be careful here. Also, I need to set everything up perfectly the first time with this kind of thing, because if I set it up imperfectly, then we just end up with lava everywhere and an unusable tunnel. So I have to set this up perfectly. And I do mean perfectly. All right, let's run through that. Run through that. Like paying way. I really should just like clear out this whole thing and just be like, it's fine. What's the worst that could happen is you fall through the floor and smash through lava. He says this as the guy who accidentally dropped the dwarf through how many Z levels the other day? Yep, I literally almost did exactly what I was talking about. And there it goes. Nobody died. It's fine. Like, I'm just like, I have to be careful or I'll cave stuff in, which could atom smash dwarves, as he caves something in that didn't atom smash any dwarves. Oh, that was not a flesh wound. Nobody even got injured. The main concern here is that we just want to get all of this done before it could possibly start pouring lava places, because if we screw this up, we only get to screw it up once. Quite literally. Speaking of mechanics. Oh. Disable my military temporarily and let them come and do other work. You know what's the ironic bit about the it's just a flesh wound line is a flesh wound is usually quite serious. It's just a very serious injury. But at least no bones are broken, because it's just a flesh wound, right? Right? I love it when I get these ominous emails from PayPal saying, we are making changes to our legal agreements that will apply to you. There is no action needed from you today, but if you would like to learn more about these changes, boy, I guess I got another fucking legal document to read. Everybody's favorite hobby, reading legal documents, you know? Speaking of, like, scary things to read on the internet, YouTube. The moment you realize that rest is one of the most important parts of the creative progress. And then Quill18, also YouTube. Don't take a week off or the recommendation algorithm will drop you forever, which is also true. Which is something I'm looking forward to now that my YouTube channel is doing well. Because if I take a break, I have to be smart about it. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, it affects you, but you have no say. It's literally what it is. Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna take a week off at the end of June, but I'm going to record 6 days worth of videos before I leave, so I have 6 days worth of videos to go up. And also stream extra, so that I have VODs to put up as well. No, streamers are bad bosses, and I'm a streamer, unfortunately. right, let's just throw a bridge in here. I'm gonna call this water off. How many? All right, I do have a good number of mechanisms. Apparently hype trains are off cooldown. The Twitch wanted me to tell you. I mean, as far as I can tell, I'm already the slave to multiple corporations, so might as well just accept it and live with it, you know? Grr. I wish I could just make you one tile bigger. Oh well, so I'll have to do 2 bridges per. I'm too lazy to make these out of blocks, so just going with these instead. I don't know, try it and find out. I haven't been paying attention, Diamond. One of those days you got up at 3:45. Oh, good lord. 4 hours at work. By 8:15, wife calls at 12. Eldest kid has COVID. 4 other hours later, and you're home and in isolation for a few days. Good lord. That's literally, I think maybe the textbook definition is one of those fucking days for the current year. Good lord. That sucks. Any plans for your forced time off? At the very least, you still have the option to isolate, but still, that shit sucks. That's almost all of the smoothing done. Do you have a... Okay, you do. You. And we're going to do horizontal axles. If anybody needs me to explain anything that I'm doing, give me a shout and I can usually explain what I'm doing. We're just doing machining stuff right now, so it's easy. Attaching axles. By policy, if your booster was within 6 months, you wouldn't have to isolate. I was 6 months and a few days over. Oh boy. That doesn't even make any sense, though. Because your booster doesn't stop you from getting it. It just makes your own symptoms less bad. What? No. I almost never go into hell. I don't find demons to be particularly fun. But currently have no plans to do that. I still think that's a silly policy, but not saying you did write it. I'm just saying that that's a silly policy. But, you know, we're just getting all of these progressively sillier policies since, well, past 6 months. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. That also makes no sense. That also makes no sense. What the fuck? That makes no sense. Is kind of how I feel about most post-pandemic world policies. It's like, that makes no sense. No, they're not. Not if you breach it smartly. If you breach it and lock them behind a door or a drawbridge, yeah, they're fucked for your FPS. But if you don't actually give them a way to path into your fort, they're fine. You just have to channel safely into them, or into the hidden fun zone. I don't like calling it the circus, because then I feel like I can't actually say what they are. But if you smooth and what's the word I'm looking for here? If you smooth and fortify every tile before you dig into it, and you fortify the wall that breaches where they come flying out of, if you do that, you're not going to have an issue. Because they won't have a way into the fort itself. They'll run right up to the fortification, and they'll turn around and fly back down, and they'll go do their other thing, because they won't actually be able to path into the fortress, and because they can't dodge, they have no way to dodge through it. So it is quite possible to just lock them in there and ignore them, basically. What, for pandemic stuff? Or for clowns? They're not demons, they're clowns? I don't agree with that, Izarun. So, you can tell me whatever you want, but they're demons, not clowns. Well, actually, technically, they're brutes and monsters, but... Mostly because clowns do genuinely kind of creep me out, and I don't like thinking about them. That's like the actual honest answers. I don't like thinking about clowns. So if I don't have to think about clowns, I would like to not. I don't have to. So. I mean, you should absolutely get emails from HR to not post pictures of clowns everywhere. Oh, I know it's a joke, but also like my actual reason for like dancing around calling them clowns is I don't like thinking about it. I also don't like that emoji. That emoji's creepy, but you know, I'll live. Let's do this. I mean, I do watch Russ's stream on a pretty frequent basis, so and his whole stream is clown themed, so I'll have to get over our phobias eventually, I suppose. Just like half of the world apparently needs to get over their phobia of needles. Anyway, moving on. Let's not get Frog fired from their job because I'm breaking rules that his HR has stated. Mandatory training for what? Pandemic stuff or being a clown? I'm pretty sure clowns do have pretty rigorous training. It's the job as old as time. Being the funny man. As a clown, thanks to Russ. Well, I mean, there's two correct player models to use when you're playing that game. And it's like either the most anatomically incorrect human being you can make, like just a giant walking flesh blob, basically, with really skinny long legs, or just like the most terrifying monster clown you can make. So, you know. You know they're making a new Saints Row? Which is just wild to me. Like they're actually making another one. What, because of pandemic, Frog? The fact that you got an email from HR to not discuss the pandemic is just actually kind of bonkers to me. But I also don't have HR in this job, so... On a weekend? That sounds about right for Saints Row 2. That's a pretty short game. Social credits? I mean... The email from HR, everyone in the US got an email from HR. Everyone in the US got an email from HR. There's part of me that wants to say, well, at least you have HR. But I'm not envious that you have HR. Because when does HR actually do their job? You're HR now? Do you know what that means, Diamond? I'm assuming you do, but do you, actually? I mean, you're part of a corporate machine. You're not allowed to have views or opinions. Come on. I just ask that people don't start fights, but you guys can literally discuss whatever you want related to pandemic shit, because for whatever it's worth, in my, like, level of health or lack thereof, I get the flu shot 6 weeks before anybody else every year. And I already have a scheduled appointment to get another booster. So my life is just injections and needles and everything. So when people are just like, it's gonna fucking kill you, it just makes me roll my eyes, because it's just like, everything's trying to fucking kill you. And doctors aren't one of them. But yeah, they are definitely gonna profit from you. That's the truth. But it's Gremlin from... Oh, okay, you beat me to it. It's either that or good fucking morning. But I was going to guess Gremlin for mayor. I hate you, Kravicus. You're a horrible person. That's all I have to say. I know you're spouting bullshit, which is why I responded with I hate you. I don't actually hate you, okay? We're good. You're going to go post clown pictures around the building? You should just like every day just like print off like a picture of a clown about this big and like glue it to a post-it note and just stick it somewhere at your work. You should just do that every day, until somebody posts something somewhere going, whoever's posting clown pictures, please stop. Just do it until someone complains and see how long it takes. So when WADA off goes off, it's going to hit that, and it's also going to hit, what's the button I need? A gear assembly. Let's hit that one in the middle. So when I pull that lever, it's going to seal off the water flow, but also it's going to turn off the pumps when I pull that lever. So the one thing I still have to do is I have to hook up all of these bridges after I finish building them. I have to dig one more bridge, finish digging out this reservoir, and once I've done that, finish digging out the reservoir, finish building out the bridges and hooking them all up, at that point, the only thing left to do is make a drain for down here, and once the drain's built, then we're good to go. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. You're going to go from up here to down there, I think. I'm sorry, what are you on about? Gravicus? Like, excuse me? Also, hi, Twitch Ups. What's up? All right, let's go over to there. And there we go. That's how we're going to get our water flow. Well, they're finishing that up. Let's pull this lever. Actually, I need to wait for you to get out of there first. Let's not pull that lever, because I need that little tunnel there to finish being dug. But don't leave. You kill the zombies. Silver She. That's how you deal with zombie invasions that don't leave. You kill them. The necromancer will usually leave eventually, or the undead will, the intelligent undead will, but the unintelligent ones will just hang around forever. You have to kill them. You headed to bed, Ned? We'll see you when we see you, dude. Take care of yourself and sleep wells. All right, so bonk, perfect. Perfect, perfect. All right, so now that that's done, I can go up here and we can remove this. And I can also remove all of this. So this up here is going to flow water down right up to that bridge, which is how we're going to power stuffs. Out of context images are strange. This is true. I agree with this. Actually, I'm gonna change one design thing about this. Speaking of out of context images or things. Foxes plonk boxes full of cedar chips smoothly in the furnace. Zombies prefer freshly harvested food. Skimming cheese is like skimming life. Squish conservatives, so this feeling painful. Yes. Question mark. It was torture. Trust me. All right, well, these pesky badgers are attacking Barbies named Barbara. Is that how you spell Barbara? No, that's not how you spell Barbara. We'll just do this. Barb. Done. All caught up. Easy. Now, this. Music to your ears. What, squishing Barbies named Barb? Barbara? Lost all of your military and killed only half of them? I would recommend traps. Catching them in wood traps is actually a really efficient way of doing it. Locking them in an area separated from the rest of the fort's an efficient way of doing it. Petitions available. Ooh, Silly wishes to join the Crimson Joys as a citizen of Angelrazor. That's one of our goblin friends, which means we're about to get a bunch of goblins and humans joining the fort. Thonk, that's done. Sweet. So now I can go up to here again and do this. So now we wait for the dwarves to run over here. Anytime this year. You lazy dwarves. Also, I only just realized that you're still playing Victoria, by the way, Kravicus. Now I understand what you're on about. All right, so that water's full. So that's what's going to power this. Let's just feel that. Actually, you know what? It would just be easier to do it this way. Let's hope I don't. Yeah, there's no forgotten beasts in this lair, so it's fine. So the water goes down to there. Although there is one other thing I need to do. Yeah, I need to fortify this end so that it can drain. It's a good thing I remembered to do that. That would have been awkward if I didn't. Only 30 years? 30 years is longer than I've been alive, dude. So you, trap enter, trap exit, spicy water off button, and then spicy water gurgle, or whatever. Spicy water, okay, so that's going to be the one that you pull to make the baddies go, which is what you want when you're when you're a dwarf and you're making baddies go gurgle in spicy water. So you down to here, you're gonna go. Okay, perfect. Except I'm gonna have to do the thing again. I guess I have to ask the important question. Are you winning, son? In your game of Victoria, Travicus? Did anybody fall? Nobody fell? Wow, okay. Nobody's fallen yet. That's impressive. Is what they do? And they won't, like, pop through down into the lava or anything if they do fall, so it's not so bad. I think that's the human. Falon wants to join. Wait, what album? If I can ask Pink. Your literacy? Oh, like your character that you're playing. I gotcha. I was gonna say you seem quite literate, but like I was taking you literally, not. I'm a video game. I wasn't thinking of it as a video game statistic or stat, I guess. All right, let's do the rest of this. Perfect. Done. Okay, so spicy water, bridge. The best thing about Gabbro mechanisms is that they're light. Sweet, that's all of them. Get bigger schools, man. Come on, dude. You're increasing the clergyman percentage so that it goes up faster. Well, naturally. Black Therapy, Black Lion. Echoes of Dying Memories. That sounds very post-rocky. I don't even know what that is, but... Are you, like, saying that you're muting me for the next, like, hour so you can go listen to it? Or are you still hanging out, Pink? Regardless, we'll see when we see him. You enjoy your new album. I like this comment on YouTube. It's about the, I don't know who left it, but it's a repeat commenter. And they they commented on the video from this morning, and the comment is literally just, great coverage, many wow. And I don't know why, but I don't see that meme constantly anymore, and it's very, very, very funny to me. It's just very amusing. Hey, we've got another Fey mood. Excellent. We got a dwarf in a Fey mood. Who's gonna go do Fey mood dwarfy things? It's funnier that it says many wow, but you know. And we've got ourselves another petition available, which is another person wants to join. It's just like real life. Of course people don't want social reforms. People just want to stick with whatever thing that they've been socially led to believe is normal for the society that they live in. Literally doesn't matter what people are used to. People just don't like change. You should know this from recent events in real life, because shouldn't need a video game to simulate it for you. Oh, well. Game, please. Another person wishes to join. They're all just humans and goblins. Reactionary? Interesting. That's a very high percentage of conservatives. But good luck running your, hopefully, utopian society. Sounds like it's not, but... You know, chat, I'm 15% of the way to getting 11,000 subscribers on YouTube already. And it's been less than a week since I hit 10,000. That's crazy for me. That's absolutely bonkers. Like, this... I mean, dude, famous... YouTube has decided that I'm gonna be famous now. Izrun. Look at this shit. If you say anything about dark mode, I will, I don't know, threaten to shank you, and then we'll laugh about it later. Anyway, but yeah, no, this, like, fucking... that shit. It said 21,000 yesterday, but it dipped down a bit there. Like, this is a, like, free little roguelike project that somebody's working on for fun on itch, and YouTube is just promoting the shit out of it for some reason. I don't even... Last stream I was pushing for 10K. Last Thursday I was pushing for 10K, yeah. I sound old talking about dark mode? I mean... I don't know why that would make me sound old, but... It's just crazy. YouTube has been oddly kind to you as well, Russ? It's just... I don't fucking know what it is. It's like, I stream less now, and I upload to YouTube more. But, like, I used to upload to YouTube more, and YouTube was like, oh, you spent 40 minutes recording this first impressions video of a game that you streamed for 10 hours today, and obviously have the intelligence to be able to make a video of, and you upload it, and 10 people are going to watch it. And that's what it was like for ages. But now it's just like, oh, you do the same thing, and here, have 5,000 views for free. Fucking what? Okay, not gonna complain. thank you. But, like, what? It makes no sense to me. But, I mean, some people are watching today from YouTube, so thank you to those of you who've come over from YouTube, because it's like all of the promotion my humble little stream gets. This is the beginning of the Age of Rouge likes. Someone needs to make a roguelike that only like that's the color of like rouge, because that is a color. Like all of the palette is based on like that. And call it a rouge-like and see how high they get in all SEO search results for roguelikes just because of all the people that type out the word rogue. Camaro, giant rat leather, emerald cut paradots, cushion peridot cabochons, large rat leather, gabbro blocks, sangaro rib wood logs, cave spider silk cloth, and cave spider silk cloth in a clother shop. Fey mood. Hopefully we get something cool. Seriously though, someone should make a rouge-like. Someone should do that. YouTube is reading the room about the latest Twitch partner pay drama and is ramping up to be attractive unless views go burr. That's not a bad theory to have in the slightest, although until YouTube gets their shit together and gets more than... Oh, hold on. Let me find this article. So, you know the recent YouTube drama about how YouTube is just so much of a better platform for people to be on? You know that? You know that drama? You want to call it that? Take a look at this. Hold up. Let me scroll up here and grab this. There it is. Perfect. So this is Streamlabs Creator Hub, their blog. So total hours watched in Q1 of this year. 76% was Twitch, 14% was YouTube Gaming, and some people, for some stupid reason, watch Facebook. Total hours streamed in Q1, Twitch with 91%, YouTube with 2.3%, 2.5%, and Facebook with 5%. And just like the number of hours watched per quarter on Twitch, like, yeah, there was a little bump in 2021, and obviously it dipped as people started going outside again, but it's gone back up again too. So it's not like Twitch is actually suffering in any way. And it's not like YouTube's doing so hot either. I think that the best way to operate is use every platform for what it's designed for to the best of your ability. Use YouTube for video, use Twitch for Twitch, use TikTok for whatever the fuck you TikTok about. I don't know how TikTok works, so I'm not going to pretend to be a child. Anyway, like, use TikTok for whatever TikTok's good for, and operate accordingly. If you try and, you know, just be on one platform entirely, you're going to eventually buckle and fall. Apparently, but also, from what I could tell, all of the best shit on TikTok just gets reposted on other platforms, so it seems like a really good way to get your shit stolen. But, you know. That's kind of my, like, mental concept of TikTok from the little bit I've seen. All these dwarves make these little bridges. Yeah. All I can say is YouTube's obviously better than DLive. Yep. I mean, Twitch tried to be all of this stuff a while ago too. Remember when we could upload videos to YouTube? Remember when we could upload videos to Twitch? Remember when that was a thing? I mean, you still kind of can. You can upload a trailer, but that's it. Id, the administrator, has created Altar Lerum, a bulky cave spider silk shoe, and claims it as a family heirloom. Sorry if this is out of place, Russ, but you just made a clown shoe, so you get to be Russ. And, you know, you're also 124 years old, and her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a broad, prominent chin, and her free-lobed ears are tall, and her dark peach skin is wrinkled, and her hair is gray with flecks of black, and her eyes are heliotrope, and her eyes are slightly close-set. As for this shoe that you made, it's worth 58,760 Dwarf bucks, and it's called Guild Pants. It's a clown shoe. Clearly. That is like the longest description we've had on a item in this fort, maybe. This is a bulky cave spider silk shoe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with paracut paradots and decorated with large rat leather. Also, dwarves can't wear it because it's large, because it's bulky, I think. I don't think dwarves can wear bulky shoes. Anyway, it is decorated with rat leather and encircled with bands of cushioned gabbro cabochons. It is made from cave spider silk cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of cave spider silk, menaces with spikes of cave spider silk, and singaro rib wood. On the item is an image of Nagoking Ace Menaces, the goblin, and Hambloko, the dwarf, in Peridot. Hambloko is striking down the goblin. The artwork... Hambloko... Hold on, what? I lost my spot. Hambloko, the dwarf, and Hambloko is striking down Nagoking, the goblin, and the artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Nagoking by the dwarf Hambloko with a steel hammer, in the russet fingers in the early spring of 189. On the item is an image of a codex in giant rat leather. On the item is an image of Samatsu, the goblin, and Ral Infinity Simplex, the dwarf, and Gabbro. Infinity Simplex is striking down the goblin. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Samatsu by the dwarf Ral Infinity Simplex in the russet fingers in the early spring of 189 during Otu Otu, the onslaught of cremations. Almost 60,000 value shoe. Not even shoes. Shoe. Single shoe. Like, that's one shoe. But, because, we'll never get a pair of them. But yeah, no, I don't fully, like, while I'll laugh and joke along with people about, like, those conspiracy theories about YouTube trying to appear better, it's like, YouTube does lots of things to try to appear better, but I don't think having my success being entirely governed by an arbitrary algorithm is a good idea. I'm totally okay with riding on the coattails of growing a YouTube channel really quickly because a bunch of my videos do well in a short period of time and then just coasting on what remains after they eventually boot me out of the algorithm, which they will. So I will absolutely ride that as high as it goes, and we're gunning for 25K by the end of the year, but, beyond that, it kind of just... no offense to YouTube, I don't fucking trust it. Unlike Twitch, where I know that, people don't watch me on Twitch, but it's because they don't like me, not because, or they're bored of me, not because an algorithm just didn't serve them my stream that day. So, Twitch feels a little bit more real in that regard, and I like it for that reason. Oh no, India's angry. Well, that's perfectly normal. That sounds perfectly normal for a game of made by Paradox. Or Firaxis, for that matter. If it's not India, then it's just Gandhi. At least they're not nuking you. I don't think... Jesus, there's a lot of people trading with me. 3 different factions, it looks like. Maybe make a TikTok/YouTube shorts of events that happen in the fort. You know what happens when I make YouTube shorts? I get a ton of dislikes and I lose like 40 subs, and then I gain the subs back. Every time. Also, I don't know. Maybe. I probably should, like, start doing Today in Dwarf Fortress videos again, but make them like a TikTok/short series, but I don't know. I don't have the creativity. I have the creativity to make videos that are about 8 minutes long, which is what you need for the algorithm. But when it comes to like shorts, I'm an idiot. I don't know. I don't even wear shorts. I wear sweatpants and jeans. And I know I'm not the only person who just feels like an idiot when it comes to a lot of parts of content creation. All right, so. How the fuck do I want to drain lava out of here? Could do it with raised bridges. That's probably the wisest way. Spiky-haired freak. The mayor has been reelected. The one who locked himself in a wall that we then saved him. Oh, that got suspended. I was wondering why that wasn't getting finished. That boulder is forbidden. No, it's not. You throw them into TikTok. It's another way to expand your influence. I probably should do that. I have my name on TikTok and that is it. I haven't done anything with it. I installed the app, got my name on it, and then uninstalled the app, which is what I do with most newfangled kid-focused social media platforms that I don't understand with my old man brain. But, you know, and then Userune's going to say something about along the lines of, but you're not old, I'm old. And then I'll be like, you please teach me how to be better at being old then. Because I look at that shit and I go, I'm go on with my, I've only just figured out how YouTube works. I don't need to figure out another platform. Exactly. Old man, seriously? Exactly. See, I'm way ahead of you. You're better at being old than me. Like, seriously. Well, my dad's older than you, I think. I don't know, my dad's 63? 4? Something like that. I don't know. He says he's turned to 60 for the last, like, 5 years, so. 15? I'm not, come on, man. Give me some credit here. Although if I was 15 and had my own apartment and a relatively successful content creation career, I think I'd be doing pretty good for 15. I'm like the oldest of the new age hippies. Me? Most of the new age, like tech, if you're referring to tech hippies, like hippies that are younger than me, most of them are older than me too. Most of them are in their 30s. Old at age 15. I started getting gray hair at 15. That is true. I mean, I saw a friend who I haven't seen since before the pandemic, like 2 weeks ago, and we all met up at a brewery with my other friend who I've hung out with like throughout, and he walked in and we all sat down. He looks at me and he goes, "Holy shit, you're going gray." I'm like, "Thanks." Like, it's the first thing you say to me? No, well, new age hippies are people that are around, or tech hippies are generally what people are referring to, are people who are the general population of Portland, Oregon. Like, smoke a lot of weed, way into tech, don't own cars, ride bicycles everywhere, and pretend to be a lot better to the planet than they actually are generally. That's generally a new age hippie. It's like me bragging about all of this gardening shit that I do. You know, like that's kind of what makes me a modern hippie. But I don't know. Most hippies never really stopped being hippies, in my experience. All right, I guess we're gonna like, maybe, should I do another drain? I could. I don't need to, but I could. Are you saying I'm an overgrown 20-year-old? I'm literally a mid-20-year-old. What? How am I overgrown? If anything, I'm underweight. What does that even mean? I mean, I guess my hair is kind of overgrown. It kind of just does go everywhere, but oh, I have to make crowns. Gold crown. Can do. Hair up, please. That I have to hide my hippie self. Thank you, though. I usually put my hair up anyway when I eat food, so. And I'm like 10 minutes away from lunch. There you go. Can't use that for, I think it's an hour. I think that's what I set that for. You can use that once an hour. But since you surfaced in chat, I hope you're doing well, Navy. Hope you're enjoying the lovely spring weather, or whatever weather you have where you're at. It's been like weirdly hot and sunny, but like weirdly cold at night. Like the weather here has like schizophrenia. It doesn't know what it wants to be. It's like one day it'll be like, oh, hey, it's springtime, and it'll be nice and warm outside, t-shirt weather, lovely, sunny, nice breeze. And then the next day it'll be like, oh, there's frost on the ground, which is what we had this morning. So I woke up today and could see my breath inside, and I looked outside and there was frost all over my garden. And I'm like, oh God, I hope my lettuce is okay. And I hope my lettuce is okay. It hasn't died yet. It's kind of wilted though. So fingers crossed for my lettuce and onions. I'm sure the onions will be fine. Those dudes are hardy as hell, but lettuce, on the other hand, is a bunch of delicate little twits that will just like fall over and wilt if you look at them funny. So I guess what we're going to have to do is we'll put, you know, this might be very annoying to deal with, but the best way to drain this would just be to channel out the layer beneath it. It is the best way to drain it. Great news. Good news, everyone! Japan's been split into two. I don't see that as good news. But, I mean, because I would imagine that in like an earthquake sense. Which I can't possibly imagine would be good news for anybody. So, are you going to rename it to Tokyo 2? It's the name of an album I own, so it's like a kind of obscure reference. But good for you, I guess? You now have to deal with two Japans.
You suck.
And they're both angry. What do I... First I'm getting booed for being a hippie. Now I'm getting booed because I suck. I can't tolerate this kind of abuse from my channel. You guys are so mean to me. Let's go around this side. It's like mod abuse, except it's chat abuse. Stop abusing streamer. Streamer is not doing like the bads today, right now. This will hopefully end up being pretty badass by the time it's done. Watch it, like, get to the point where we need to test it, and there'll be, like, a siege here and everything, and then it's just not gonna fucking work. That's gonna be my luck. That's how this is gonna go. Who banned? No, it's fine. Come on, Orange. That's your favorite pastime. Yeesh. I also just realized that I got this one tile off. So before anybody complains, I will just simply fix it. That's the whip. At least buy me a drink or 3 first. I'm gonna need more than 3 for that, actually. Also, Cutest, I'm gonna need you to threaten Orange for getting the whip. Also, why do you have a whip while you're at work? Aren't you working right now, Orange? Like, talk about HR. Work as a rodeo clown? You did say clown, yes. Oh no, fuck. No, don't, you're fine. Are you sure that you're playing a historical video game and not modern day video game? Also, I like the idea of narco-liberals a lot more than a narco-liberals. One of those sounds like a TV show and the other one sounds annoying. All right, I'm going to vanish for a second here, pull some stuff out of the fridge, and use the toilet. And then we'll play for a little bit more, and then I'll go to lunch. And then we'll keep playing Dwarfs, because that's what I do. BRB. That really looks like it's the, like, we found adamantine, praise the miners scene, but it's not. It's actually just, it's named a steel shield. Anyway, Orange, as they say in that classic piece of human literature, chains and whips excite me. There we go. Perfect. We've got more or less all of the bits dug out that we're going to need. Now it's just a matter of digging out more of them. So what I need is I need to be able to make this lava just flow away, basically. Let's make you out of gabbro blocks. Bi-weekly drive-by message? You were here yesterday, though, so how's it bi-week? Oh, I guess, yeah, twice a week. Because you were here yesterday, so that means you won't be here tomorrow? Also, no, that wouldn't be bi-week. Bi-weekly is every other week. You're here a lot more than bi-weekly. Pardon? You've got a strange... I guess what I'm saying is, you've got a strange... What? I mean, what is twice a week? Chat, what's like the equivalent statement of bi-weekly except for twice a week instead of bi-weekly? Twice weekly? There's got to be a term for it, because bi-weekly is every other week. I actually don't know. True story. It's like, what is the... But I thought that bi-weekly was every other week, not twice a week. I'm here bi-weekly? Because if someone says I'm here bi-weekly, like, I've never heard them say that in the context of I'm here twice a week. It's all, like, every time I've ever heard that term in my entire life, it's been, like, saying that I'm here every other week. Semi-weekly? I mean, it's probably not wrong. Huh. Interesting. The more you know. Fortnightly? Please tell me that's right. Semi-weekly is loosely twice a week? Semi-weekly. Okay. What about Semi-Truck Weekly? Is that a magazine that semi-truck drivers get given? Semi-Truck Weekly. You can truck this semi-weekly. So these chunks are all going to be connected, and they're going to flow off the edge of the map. So the lava will mostly flow down into this down here chunk, which will be, you know, below, I suppose. How close does that go? So that can go to right about there. Except this down here doesn't need to be anything. And then you can go over there like that. Gonna have a chunk here. And a chunk here. And then they'll be connected underneath. And then when we pull the drain, it's gonna drop a bunch of drawbridges, and the lava will flow out of those spots down into the lower layer. And then dry up and / flow off the map. And we'll call this the spicy water drain. Assuming I can type correctly. Spicy, not sweet. Is there an easy way to explain how to make a squad attack something? You're still new to this. Hit the letter for the squad, and then hit K to tell them to kill a thing, and hit M to tell them to go stand somewhere. So you hit S, and then select the squad, and then tell them to go kill a thing. And don't tell them to kill one of your own dwarves. Unless you want your whole fort to go up in flames very quickly. Also, the reason I'm doing this with drawbridges and not with other materials or other things, the reason I'm doing it with drawbridges and not with what's the word I'm looking for here? Floodgates. Floodgates have this nasty habit of just simply Floodgates have this nasty habit of getting toppled by trolls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so cut one off the bottom. So if it's a drain that I'm building, I don't want the trolls to start it draining early. Raised drawbridges can't. So I'm building my drains out of raised drawbridges for that reason. I think they can still get into that, actually. This one is also going to raise. Made of gabbro blocks. A true dwarven engineer always uses drawbridges instead of floors. Yeah, because you never know when you need to make those floors disappear, obviously. Huge trap hallway? It's going to be full of spicy water, so yeah. I mean, it's not going to be filled with traps, but it's going to be a way that things can die very quickly, suddenly, without them realizing it, ideally. And it'll be like a fun surprise, you know? We're just trying to organize very consistent parties for goblins and zombie invaders. Good wins, Pablo, and Cyrolac, and Paper Cuts. Sorry to everybody else. Does the water pressure crush more gobos? Well, we're not using water. We're using spicy water, which is me being needlessly, annoyingly complex of a way of saying lava. We're dumping lava on them. And those boulders are made of gabbro and obsidian, which are magma safe. So, no, they won't do anything. And lava just kind of flows in slow motion. Lava flows about as quickly as molasses on, like, a cold surface, so... By that, I mean very slowly. So, you know, it's a good time. Ay vey. Can you see the stock screen for funsies? Which one? This one? What part of the stock screen do you want to see? I'm not sure what's so funsies about this screen. What specific thing do you want to see? 92 dwarfs? Oh yeah, that's it. Population is uncapped, but or not uncapped, but population is not at peak, so we can get up another 100 dwarves potentially. How's the day been? No logical things for me to complain about loudly. It's pretty good aside from that. Just been playing this most of the day. You know how it is. You know how it be. YouTube is still trying to make my channel famous, which is weird. I have no idea. Let me finish digging this and then I can check. I really wish that there was like a better religion screen for Dwarf Fortress so I had an easier way of checking that, but I don't. Like we were just talking about earlier before you got here, Pablo, it's been weird. It's weird. YouTube is being weirdly nice to people, but YouTube is like an abusive parent. Even when they're nice to you and buy you chips, you still don't trust them, you know? But let me just quickly do the temple things. So there's a lot of deities here because I have various characters from around the world stone. So we have the lands of pregnancies, which is the top ones are all my factions, then the rest are my residents that aren't dwarves. So we got the Lens of Pregnancies with 18 worshippers. Imaz the Defensive, the god of laws. Runul, who's very unpopular. Thunderstorms and Lightning. Man, you'd think that Thunderstorms and Lightning would be more popular. The god of mountains, obviously popular amongst dwarves. We have the god of jewels, not super popular. The god of death, rebirth, birth, and creation, also not that popular. Metals and crafts, kind of unpopular. Minerals, also kind of unpopular. Fortresses, war, and victory, it's about the same as everybody else. And then wealth and marriage. So the runaway most popular deity is Del or Diamond Crest the Mountainist, who of course is the deity of mountains, which naturally dwarves would worship. Then we have the doctrine of skirts, which worships Lemaire, who is the deity of wealth and marriage. So of wealth and marriage, obviously. There's the steamy dominion, or demon imitation? That's a word I don't actually know. Anyway, fortresses, war, and victory. The pointed communion, which is of course the religion that worships the god of mountains, and the deity of crafts and metals, which is like constructive fellowship, and then the Umber communion, which is the other religion that worships Stellar Diamond Crest the Mountainous, which is slightly more popular. None of the religions are particularly popular. Then we have Num, who's the god of the sky, the wind, and hunting. We also have a deity of the sky, the wind, and hunting. We also have a deity of the sky and wind and hunting. And we also have a deity of the sky, wind, and hunting, which I don't know what any of those are. And then we have all of these extra religions down here, which are varying levels of non-popularity. Denomination. Oh, that's a word I have seen before. It's just weird seeing it attached to other words. Sky, the wind, and hunting? Yeah, naturally. I think that's probably the humans that are in the fort. I mean, like, we got, like, this person. Okay, no, never mind. It's not you. You're not to blame. How about this goblin? Also not this goblin. How about this person? Hold on a second. Sui's name is so long, it runs into the friend section. Yeah, never mind. It's not the permanent residence, so I'm not sure. Interesting. But yeah, I know that YouTube is not to be trusted, so I'm not going to put too much hope in it. But it's nice for right now. Like, I have a friend who did really well on YouTube for a bit, and he basically just, like, skyrocketed to 100,000 subs in a couple of days. Like, he went from, it was like, he was at, like, 20,000 subs, or, like, something pretty reasonable, like, not small, but, like, out of fucking nowhere, just skyrocketed up to 100,000 subs, because he had, like, 3 videos that did weirdly well, and none of his videos have ever done well since. So it's just, like... Maybe not that they haven't done well. He's had videos that have done well, but nothing has done that well since. And they've always done like a micro fraction of what that one video did. Which was a part 1 of a Dawn of Man Let's Play or something. I got like 1 point something million views just out of fucking nowhere for no reason. They all have a strong incentive to cheat you somehow. That is the problem with money. But, you know, it's just business. As nice as the nice-ish growth I've had on YouTube recently is, I don't trust it. I don't trust it. All right, you are going to come from here and go across to there. Because I need this whole thing to be connected. Let's hope that they do that corner not last. If they do that corner last, it'll cave in. Totally, Stone. One of my favorite posts I've seen recently about DF is somebody on the DF subreddit got attacked by his deity's god. He's like, I got invaded by a god because they all worshipped a creature and the creature attacked. It's just, you know, one of those great moments in Dwarf Fortress. Imagine just like constantly reading about all of your dwarves worshipping this one god and then suddenly that god invades. It's like, huh. All right. Guys, why are you not doing that? Wait. Also, mechanisms, rock. Let's just make 100. Just gonna make them all out of gabbro. I got way too much of it, and I know I'm gonna run out. Can't wait to turn this whole thing on. Really hope it all just works. I don't want to have to go through the normal mechanism / machine in Dwarf Fortress problem where you like fuck up half of your bits and then you have to put it together again after ripping it all apart. The dry season has come. Well, that's nice. I've never seen it be organized. So I assume they can't. I don't know. I've never seen religions based on gods that are living creatures. But then again, I feel like I've had really poor luck with having religions form in my fortresses in general. Like I've seen screenshots of people that have like active religious persecution going on between multiple religions. It's like somebody will get voted in and then a bunch of people will get like put to death or expelled by a king. Like I've seen shit like that happen in screenshots, but I've never seen any of that happen to my forts. It's harder to sell that you're a prophet for a large evil bird. Tell that to Scientology. It's not quite a large bird, but... Not saying it's aliens, but it's definitely aliens. People on Earth worship sillier things, is I guess what I'm trying to get at. Oh, this is for the spicy water drain. And then we cut that out. Well, I mean, if you cave it in, you cave it in. Please don't cave it in. It took me a second to know to figure out what you were talking about there, but yeah, it's probably, if there is a god, it's probably some weird intergalactic creature slash interdimensional creature slash just us from a previous lifetime before we destroyed ourselves. There is also that theory of just like, oh, humans were like, not completely, that's just the wrong word. Humans were advanced once before and we created or recreated ourselves. And we are our own god or something. Simulation theory drives me fucking bonkers because simulation theory is just a bullshit creationist theory for atheists. And as somebody who was raised very Christian, simulation theory is just a shitty creationist theory. That's all it is, and it bothers me for that reason. I kind of like it sometimes because it's the true life is pointless, we're all pointless, nothing matters theory. But it's a theory, and there's absolutely no evidence backing it, except for one rich man named Elon Musk. So, I take it about as seriously as I take Elon, as in, it's fun for the memes, but as an actual theory for, like, the birth of our planet, I think it's kind of horseshit. Is me being nice about it. So. It's not a bad theory, but there are better theories. I also don't really like theories that put Earth as the most important thing. It's part of the reason I don't like a lot of religion's creation theories is because it's always, oh, humans are the most important things. We're fucking irrelevant. Like, we are a speck, and we do not matter. Which one? What about the outer galactic in summation of life? I don't even know what you're on about. No idea what you're on about. I mean, if simulation theory is real, I will go jump off of a bridge right now. Because there's no reason to exist in a world that doesn't exist. That's what simulation theory does to me. It's like, oh, cool. Let's, like, crank nihilism up to the max. So I fucking hate that theory. It sucks. I much prefer being an irrelevant speck in a giant galaxy than simulation theory. No, there isn't. Because if the world doesn't exist, then we don't exist. If I'm a simulation and I'm not real, I don't exist. So I might as well cease the pain of existing, which is what life is. It's pain for me. Maybe life for you is enjoyable and wonderful, and you get to spend lots of time around people that you love being around, and you enjoy most of the time that you spend alive. For me, I have chronic pain. I'm always in pain. And it's really hard to communicate that any other way aside from that. But I am always in pain. So for me, it's very difficult to justify living in a world where nothing exists. Training weapons, I can shove off on these dwarves. Can sell them those, even the artifact gem, I don't care. Yes, but you're getting very existential with me, so if you're going to be existential, then I'm going to be existential. And my response to most existentialism is, well, I'll just kill myself then. Because that's how I, like, tolerate living, is that I tolerate living based on, like, the misconception, potentially, that we do exist in a wider world where other things also exist. But I fucking hate simulation theory. Fair enough, Frog. But I'm just rambling about it because other people are rambling about it, so. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. Request you have of our merchants. Bring us cheese, because I don't know what I need. Or by that I mean I don't need anything, so bring us cheese. Like, I already deal with enough irrelevance in my day-to-day life. I don't need more of it coming from a bullshit creation theory. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I look forward to our next meeting, Zephon. Welcome back, Pink. How was your album? That religions can't start in game. It's a massive shame. Although that whole mechanic is only half-baked anyway and was supposed to get more additions as part of villains. So I'm curious to see if the premium version has any expansions / changes to religions. This album does it right for you. I think that there's a way to fuck up growls, and there's a way to make growls extremely appealing. That is a lot of stuff getting carried away. By the time they're done clearing out all of this, the only stuff left is going to be armor. And also have to make clothing for my humans pretty soon. I really wish that Mega Beast worship could be a thing that forms. Like, I could sort of understand why, like, faction deities don't form within fortresses, because they're usually, like, really long-term things. I'm just going to post this in chat and just say, people are making voxels really pretty. Little squares are becoming very pretty. Like, people have learned how to make pixel art and little cube art very pretty over the last year or so. Yeet. Hello, hobo. How goes your afternoon? We requested all of the cheese, so somebody has to type in the command now. Because by the time I'm done buying all of this cheese, we will in fact have enough. I can't say it, but one of you will. But how's your day been, hobo? How's things? How's the weather down there in the tropical paradise that you live in? I think is it fair to call Florida a tropical paradise? Tropical nightmare? Tropical dystopia? I guess it depends on where you are in Florida. Mostly waste, good stuff. Okay, so it's a subtropical dystopia. That I can deal with. Hobo's not in Miami. I mean, he was in Miami for a race recently, but I can confirm that Hobo is fortunately not in Miami. Pretty decent today, though. You're only at 80F. So last night I went to sleep. I need to think in American for a second. Last night I went to sleep at about 55 degrees Fahrenheit and woke up this morning at about 30. It was like about 35. It was like just above freezing this morning. And there was frost all over my garden when I woke up. So, like, I went to bed in springtime and woke up in winter. And now it's back to springtime. So it doesn't... The weather here just has, like, some schizophrenia and it doesn't know what it wants. It's kind of scary, actually. That sounds like hell, Pablo. That's, like, too hot for me. Hottest I can tolerate is about 75 Fahrenheit. Anything hotter than that, I just want to curl up in a ball and sit in front of an air conditioning unit. With humidity, this is there. You know, it's funny. Like, you guys talk about your horrendously terrible weather, and it's just like, well, you know, I live in Canada for a reason. And if I was American, I'd live in Alaska. Truth be told, and just move further north. You can absolutely move to Alaska. Don't tell me you can't. With the humidity, like, dude, seeing all of the people at the Miami Grand Prix just fucking sweating, like, all of these dudes from, like, the UK just out of their element, just drenched in sweat. It's like, oh my god, that's gnarly. I don't know. It's kind of hard to watch in places. Everybody was just dripping. It was a very wet Grand Prix, that's for sure. Seeing who flew in and who was not, who flew in and who was not ready for the heat. Oh, you mean like people showing up wearing like jackets and jeans and shit, and like warm hats and shit. That kind of reminds me of oh god, where were they from? Like, it's like seeing tour buses from South America up here, and they're just like in shorts and t-shirt in the middle of winter up here. Like, I've seen that, and they're just like all fucking freezing. You could see the announcers melting. Yeah, like they look like they were made of wax. It was distressing. Where did you pull that name from? Cool. Not a huge fan of the album art, but It doesn't make sense that a weird angelic demon would be wandering around with a shotgun, but it is a good name. This has been my recent obsession. Which now I'm tempting myself into buying the records, but I'm not going to do that. Don't have any money for it, so not going to do it. I'm going to close that and go back to playing Dwarfs. Generally can be, yeah. You wore jeans, but you don't like shorts, and how you don't know how many people wear long sleeve shirts and stuff. I mean, Obo, you're also like from the area, so if anybody's gonna be used to the temperature, it's you, right? And if anybody's gonna be able to tolerate it in like suboptimal clothing, it's probably you. Also, if you're wearing shorts because you always wear shorts, like that's probably gonna affect you less than most, right? I would guess. Now raise that way. So this one's not as big of a deal if I screw up the materials, because it just means I need to rebuild them later. So you're exhausted? I was gonna say Blackwater Holy Light has a tendency to put me to sleep, but you sleep well whenever you sleep, Pink. You haven't brought yourself to turn on the AC yet? I have to turn on my air conditioning for health reasons, which is, like, not even a joke. Like, my doctor was like, you need to get AC. And it's like, why? He's just like, because if you don't, he's like, you need to use your AC. And my response was, why? And he says, because it'll fuck up your blood sugar if you don't. That's all I have to say to that. Let's go up here. Sweet, they're finishing this side up. That one just needs architecture, which they're working on right now. Really? We collide with Wormstone. Not even sure where we did. You really need to get some nice speakers. Do items in dumps eventually go away? Eventually, yes. Boulders never will. All items will eventually degrade. But we're talking like, for skeletons outside, about 400 years to degrade down to absolutely nothing. About 400 years. I like that we're fighting with a honey badger. There's an enraged honey badger on the surface. We're all fucked. So, like, yes, wooden items will eventually degrade down to nothing, but it takes about 400 years for wooden items to eventually degrade down to nothing. Then when connected to your computer? All right, you need to get a better, like, you need to get a DAC for your computer or something. But fair enough. You have a good night, though. Go to bed. It's probably wise. You got a job. That's impressive. So go celebrate and chill, relax. Because you won't be able to do that much longer because you have a job now. But no, if you want items to go away, you have to smash them with a drawbridge or drop them into lava. Or drop lava on it and pour water on it or something. You have to, like, destroy the item to make it go away. Or sell it. But if they're just left in a dump, no. Well, I mean, they will, but we're talking hundreds of years for most items. Like, stone crafts will eventually degrade, but it takes so long, they might as well not. I don't even know where that stuttering's coming from. Oh, that must have been it. The Forgotten Beast, Rakust Ogezgutstak. Omlin Validod has come, an eyeless grouse. An eyeless grouse. It has a pair of branching antennae, and it is ravening. Beware, it's deadly. Spit. I don't think it can come into the fort on this. I might be able to. I can't remember what layer this is. Is this the layer that you can enter in, Critter? Yes. Okay, so it can enter on this layer. Which means I'm just going to tell my entire military to go stand right here. Chat, wish us luck. We've got a grouse coming in. Did you know that grouse is a mountain around here? And there's a pathway up it called the Grouse Grind, which is very popular for masochists who hate their knees to run up and down. Anyway, we're going to kill this thing. Once it comes close enough. The dwarves all pile onto it, and it's now a dead grouse. The militia commander bashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg with a steel warhammer, fracturing the bone. Shoutouts. Grouse and complain? Yes, very much so. I mean, most people don't make it up. It's what I describe as absolute hell, that run. Especially because they charge you to ride down for free. Or it's free to take the gondola up, but they charge you to take the gondola down. So you can run up for free, but you have to pay to get down regardless. It's like, come on, that should be your reward, is a free trip down. But you still have to give them money to get down. Axon, I don't know if you're lurking right now, but Axon is risen and is haunting the fortress. Welp. Trickery? Business model. Buy a tower so all of your visitors were killed and it made your map very messy, so you wanted a way to discard the excess corpses and clothing. On the plus side, you don't need to make any... You probably also have a lot of free books, too. Yeah, I would set up either a hole down into lava to throw the stuff into, or set up a drawbridge that lifts up and drops down that you can smash them with. I had a... well, I mean, I think I may have told you this story before, but my favorite story about undead is I had a neck. I once had a baby intelligent undead, actually, now that you mention child. I once had a baby that was intelligent undead, which was completely useless because it was a baby. Like, it couldn't do anything. It just, like, crawled around. That's kind of it, which is kind of sad. But, you know, is what it is. Truly horrifying. Nope. Rivers do not flow items off the edges of the map. It'll flow them up to the edge of the map, and that's it. I would have listed it as an option if that was an option. You can try, but it won't work. We've done a lot of digging today. And are making what I would describe as pretty good progress, actually. Pretty good progress. Trying to widen this area because the more flat space, the more lava we can dispose of down here. Let's also go up here. Spicy water, so we got a few more bridges to hook this up to, which is that. And that. And then you down here, drain. All right, so every single one of these all the way around needs mechanisms connected to it. And then I just need to test all the levers once we're done digging this out down here. Is anybody here taking notes for their own future traps, out of curiosity? Because the last time I built one of these, I had somebody in chat who's like, I'm taking notes and copying your design. Like, go not. You've been subbed to my YouTube for years, but it's your first time here. Well, welcome to the side of the content that actually pays for my bills. Also, we've got a Phycod, who's one of my military dwarves. Legendary Hammer Dwarf has been taken by a Fey Mood. We've actually had some people coming over to the Twitch channel from the realms of YouTube more recently, and it's been nice getting to know some people. But hello. Glad you like my videos. You there for the DF news stuff, or because that's usually what people who've been there for years say. It's usually that or interviews. Although the latter is a little bit rare. I'm sure Phycod can find everything that they need, so we'll just let them do their thing. You're done, you're good, you're not, you are, not, you are, perfect. Yeah, no, this is what YouTube's algorithm has been doing to me recently. It's been like, yo, we hear you're a Twitch streamer, so we're trying to con you into just doing YouTube full time. And I'm going, no. But I'm going to keep uploading. Can you set drawbridges on land? Well, I mean, you can't set them only in air, so yeah, you have to place them on land. What do you mean by can you set them on land? I guess I don't understand the question. They have to be placed on land, essentially. So I have this problem. I've got all of these boulders in here. I'm trying to decide if I want to actually take the time to get rid of them all. I think I'm going to. Nyum. Nyum. It's gonna take forever. 10,000 years later. But yeah, you can place bridges anywhere. They don't need to be over a gap, specifically, if that's what you're asking. How exactly do you use drawbridges as a barrier? Your dwarves keep hopping over it whenever you pull the lever or not. You set them to raise instead of disappear. But you need a roof over it. Like, if there isn't a wall built over top of it, they'll just vault them. Granted, they can vault walls, too. Most dwarves can climb one wall. They just don't, because it's work. Hey, that dwarf began a mysterious construction. What all did you grab, dwarf? Fungi wood logs, iron bars, octagon paradots, baguette cut paradots, round peridot cabochons, camel leather, gold nuggets, and 2 gabbro. Naturally. This is like Gorilla Tape, of course, except it's a roof, of course. Naturally, not sponsored by roofs. I feel like that would be a lucrative sponsor. Just roofs, all the roofs. Which ones? All of them. All at once. Let's just keep digging this out. Except I can't keep digging that side out because I will hit actual lava, which would not be very beneficial. My fridge just made a loud poppy sound. Hope it's okay. Fridge, I hope that you're living. I need you to keep my food cool. You know, I said I was going to go to lunch 45 minutes ago, so maybe I should go do that. Maybe I should go do that. Farewell, Dwarf Whisperer. You have a good night, Paper Cuts. Ficod, the administrator, has created Fikuk Assas, a Gabbro figurine of Mezbuth, and claims it as a family heirloom. That's gonna be a long-winded one, probably. I wasn't wrong. Hold up. You know, let's just do this with bigger text. This is a Gabbro. It's the Fields of Rapidity. Rapidity. This is the Bohemian Rapidity. This is a Gabbro figurine of Mezbuth. All craft storesmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Mezbuth, the dwarf, and Winnows Cornered, the attic of Dips, the silver warhammer in Gabbro. The dwarf by Ficod. Mezbuth is raising Winnows Scorned, the attic of Dips. The artwork relates to the naming of Winnows Scorned, the attic of Dips, in Angelrazor by Mezbuth in the early autumn of 190. It is encrusted with Gushan Cabro cabochons and round native gold cabochons, and encircled with bands of one-humped camel leather and point-cut paradots. This object is adorned with hanging rings of peridot, menaces with spikes of gabbro and fungi wood. On the item is an image of dwarves and peridot. On the item is an image of Semetsu, the goblin, Ren Nightmares, the goblin, and Ral Infinity Simplex. An Iron Infinity Simplex is striking down the goblin. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Semetsu by the dwarf Infinity Simplex with Glitter Empire, by the way, in the russet fingers in the early spring of 189 during Otu Ukas, the onslaught of cremations. The fact that your hammer is named Glitter Empire is incredible. Let me double check that. Is that accurate? Like, am I not misunderstanding that? Where is Infinity? There you are. You're collecting webs currently. And I think also depressed. No longer depressed. Well, that's good. What is the name of your hammer? It's very important. I need to know. Glitter Empire. That is, and also it was made by Kravicus. Infinity named their hammer Glitter Empire. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. All right, chat. I think I'm going to go do lunch. When I finish lunch, we will finish building this thing. And then we will continue playing this for probably another 3-4 hours. And then I will probably start playing through Citizen Sleeper. So that is the plan for the rest of the stream. I'm just going to leave it on the pause screen and give you guys something to listen to so that you guys aren't totally left alone for that period of time. If you're peacing out, I'll be sad and miss you, but I hope that you stick around because, you know, we're an irrelevant channel that not a lot of people watch, so we got to keep those numbers up. If you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic, and I will give you guys something to listen to while I'm at lunch.